whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, well, I don't wanna jinx it, baby, and twist myself at the spine. Don't wanna overthink it, baby. It's just twist your body and mine. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're giving me wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, but I don't wanna jinx it, baby. Let's not get ahead of my time. Oh, but I don't wanna miss you, baby. So I stand up and speak my mind. Oh. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're chilling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, oh,
clearly all hate it, and you're never doing this again, right? Right, I thought so. It's amazing, right? I love this place. You know, I can and will ruin BSides for you. Like, we're starting the bar really low. That way, it's nothing but impressive after that, you know? So, I'm not touching the cables.
No, talk into it. I want to hear you.
Okay, I'm going to talk into this now.
Can you guys hear okay with and without? So if you stand here and just speak out.
I'm going to speak at you now.
How's that level?
Can you
Is
hear
okay?
that?
Is that okay?
I'm so sorry you can hear me.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
cool.
And that's what I'm.
Oh, that's the problem. Is it because I touched something?
Nope, not yet. Hello.
Hi.
So, apparently. Try again.
How about now? Hey, okay.
Thank you. So project like your normal self, but attack.
Oh, don't ask me to do that. Don't ask me to project like my normal self. It's gonna be bad for everybody. So you all have anxiety. Your mothers are disappointed in you. That's projection, right? That's what he means. I'm a massive disappointment to my family. So I mean, I figure that you are as well, which is why you're here. You know what? It's really about the journey. You know. Oh my god. Is it time? Can I talk yet? Yeah? Sweet. All right. Let's talk. Hi, everyone. So, thank you for coming to this particular talk on this particular day. We're going to talk about failing upwards today. And the fun part about it is this is, I think, still the only presentation of its sort. I did a weird amount of research on the subject. And when I did this weird amount of research on the subject, I realized there are no other presentations on it. So, here you are. So, how to rise in cybersecurity by finding and exploiting your weakness. Let's dive in, shall we? First, who am I? That's a really good question, random person. So, my name is Wes. Hi. Oh, I got waves. Oh my god, thank you. Okay, so, I am currently living in Canada. I am not Canadian. I move around a lot, though. Previously in the Netherlands, Japan, China, USA, Belgium, New Zealand. I keep moving around. I don't have a good reason for this. I just keep doing it. So there's that. What I do. So I'm currently the Chief Information and Intelligence Officer. It's a really long set of words I gave myself. I have to type this in every time I do a survey. All those words. It's terrible. I'm also a data privacy advocate. I'm a hacker professionally and personally. I also am a runner, a gamer. I walk around the world sometimes, and I need to talk near the microphone. And I'm also a hacker in my free time. Now, what's that? Oh, don't encourage me. Don't encourage me. I'm going to walk around, and it's just going to be awkward for everybody. Thank you, though. But why am I like this? That's a good question also. So I like puzzles and I seek novelty. I think we all can relate to this. That's pretty much me. Also anxiety. Lots of that. But before we kick into this for real, just want to start off with some basic level setting. We're going to start with the formatting today. We're going to talk about failing upwards. We're going to clarify what that means, and then I'm going to tell you my story. It's going to be story time. I'm really sorry about that. We had to suffer that pitch. Here's my pitch. And we're going to set some scenery. We're going to understand what the situation needs to be, and then we're going to go through the steps on how to actually fail upwards. When we're done with all that, I'm going to give you some final advice, and hopefully we're all going to be failures very soon. Some assumptions before we begin. I'm assuming that if you're here, you want to get ahead. You want a better job, a higher paying job, more responsibility, something to that effect. I'm also assuming that you know what kind of job you want to have, and you currently don't. I'm also going to assume that you have some basic understanding of what that job actually is. Like, you're not trying to break into rocket science, for argument's sake. I'm also assuming that you're willing to get weird about it, that you're willing to get awkward about it, and get uncomfortable with it, because that's kind of how it works. And some disclaimers before we begin any of these words. Your mileage will vary, because your journey is going to be different from mine. It's just going to be weird for you. It's going to be like it was weird for me. But how it's weird is up to you. And also, I see my privilege. I understand that I am cis male, certain height, certain build. That's going to affect how I succeeded or failed in this context. However, The reason why I'm talking about this because I have several friends in gender and ethnic minority spaces that have done this too. So I've seen it work for others, which is why it's not just my story, it's actually just my example. And that said, a little bit of warning, this looks easy and is hard. It is actually really tricky to stick the landing on this. However, ideally it's also fun. Because if you treat it like a game, then it's gonna be fun. It's gonna give you that charisma and confidence to do it correctly, and that's what's gonna sell it. So it's gonna be hard fun, if that makes sense. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Now I'm not touching cables, but I'm gonna push the button. There we go. Let's start with failing upwards. What does that even mean? If you just Google the term failing upwards, what you're gonna get is variations of to advance in one's career despite failure. That's not failing upwards, that's career resilience. That's different. I mean, that's important too, don't get me wrong, but it's not what we're talking about today. What failing upwards is different. But why would you fail upwards? I mean, like, first, I'm failing upwards in this context is, have you ever just had like a really, really mediocre boss? Like a guy is like, how did you get here? You're almost bad at this. You're forgettable at best. Yeah, that's what we're going to do today. We're going to get you in that space where you are that guy, where you are that person. Congratulations, you're all about to be very mediocre, very successful. So, but why would you do that? Why would you choose this path instead of just working hard? Well, that's the bad news and the good news. You may want to advance your career just because you want more money, you want more responsibility, maybe more ownership. These are all good reasons. But why you would do it, just in general, good employees don't usually get promoted. They just don't. I mean, maybe a pay raise, maybe some benefits, extra PTO. You're not going to get a promotion out of good work. You just won't. There's no reason for that. We're going to get to why. And also, if you're looking to like get a manager's job, for argument's sake, look up a job description for a manager. Can anyone tell me what a manager does, like practically? Like I am one, but like I'm just curious. What do you guys think? What does a manager actually do? Skills? What are emails? Emails are good. What else? Meetings. Emails, meetings. What else? Yeah, there's a lot of things that you could do like in this room right now and be a manager. It's like literally there's no technical skill to this. Yeah, there's no degree for this, you know? It's like Ken and his job is beach, you know? It's like that. So how do you become a manager? You fail at it, and that's how you succeed at it. Anyway, how does it work? How does the actual mechanics of it work? We're going to go into the details of how it works mechanically, but here's just an overview. We're going to talk about counter signaling. We're talking about bias for action. We're going to talk about cronyism. That's the exploit in this context, is the cronyism. And then we're going to talk about the 3 out of the 6 principles of influence. Any social engineers in the room? Of course you wouldn't raise your hands. Oh, there's one. There's one. Okay. There's always one. It's usually the one who's more or less fashionable. There we go. But anyway, these are all like psychological and social situations that we literally can't escape. We are all subject to this, whether we like it or not. That's how we're wired. So that's how we're going to make it work for us. But first, how realistic is this actually? Well, here's some examples, 10 years apart. Failing upwards is not just a really common side effect of the business world, but it's also just like, it's been around since the industrial age. It's probably been around since time immemorial, kings and queens. So suffice to say, everyone's looking for a solution because they keep having these mediocre managers. But why not make it work for you instead of having it work against you, right? So, yeah, it's real. But here's the part I'm going to try to get through pretty quickly because frankly, this is not why you're here. At least I hope it's not, because it's a very dull life. But let's talk about how I got into this space, and it'll kind of give you context and maybe some examples you can draw back to. So first, real quick buzz through who I am as a child. Geek stuff. I basically was the AV person in my house. I wired VCRs and broke TVs. And Game Genies, Game Sharks, any fans of breaking games? Yeah, there's a few of those in the room. Teenage years, martial arts, more geek stuff, and also robotics and social engineering. I competed with robotics, and you're seeing some patterns here that I didn't see, by the way, because in the college years, I couldn't quite figure out what to do, so I was jailbreaking phones and writing cyberpunk novels. Very successful, clearly. And then early career, I was doing basic retail and hospitality, as we all kind of have, right? And And then every job I had, it's like, hey, Wes can probably fix that. And yeah, I did, but I never once figured out that I probably should pick up tech as a field. Like, it never occurred to me for some reason. Yeah, so then you actually get to the point where I actually do realize I want to do this stuff. So I moved to China, I pick up a technical pre-sales job, kind of got my first kind of technical job. And I go back and forth in Japan a lot. And I was shadow IT at every company. I was that guy, right? So, but at a certain point, that's actually where I started to make that an actual job. And so I picked up a basic IT job, and a pattern you're gonna, if you've known me for like 5 minutes, you're gonna recognize this, and that is that that feeling like you have these things that are wrong around you, and you have to, no one else is fixing it, so clearly you fix it, right? Like, you can't just let this be a bad situation. You gotta like manage that. So, of course, as an IT person, I don't hold still. I pick up systems administration, I pick up risk management, I pick up data center management, data center administration, project management. I did all these crazy ass shit, pardon my language. And then I burnt out. Lesson from that is just a bit of advice. If you are about to burn out, it's because you're still holding on to too many things. So just let some of it go. That should help. Doesn't solve it, but it helps. So, the pattern here is basically going to be that I keep doing all this work that isn't actually my job, and then I keep getting tired. That's going to be the pattern here. So I do that again, only this time I do it in the United States for a while. Cloud systems administrator, site reliability work, a little bit of InfoSec work, and here's where I actually got into security, is this job. Right here, I was basically just really tired and also mediocre. I was like, I am unexceptional as an engineer. I'm like truly like a beige pantsuit of an engineer. You can like walk right past me and not know what I did. And so, but I'm also like tired and doing all these things I'm not supposed to. So they're like, hey, you know what? Why don't you just, you look tired. Why don't you just go do that web application firewall for us? Because no one wants that. Why don't you just do that? And so that's how I got my start in security, is doing the thing that I wasn't supposed to do. So because I was not great at the main job. So that's how I broke into security. So that said, here's the actual pivot that we're going to talk about today. This is the actual important part. So I start off with doing some, so I moved to the Netherlands in 2016. No particular reason. 2016 was a good year to move away from the United States. No specific reason at all. And yeah, then at that point, that's my actual first named role is in security engineer. And while I'm doing this job, I realized that there is no security state to engineer on. There is no platform, there's no tooling, there's no services, there's nothing. So it became my job because, again, why would it be someone else's job when it could just be mine? So I build an infrastructure out of it. I build a service state out of it. I organize the tools, I set things up. I have a lot of help because I'm a mediocre engineer, right? So I organize all the policies, I organize all the governance, and I build like an entire thing, and I was really happy. And then the new CISO comes in and is like, hey, you look tired. Would you like a slightly easier job where you just write the policies and do the governance on its own? And so that's how I broke into an information security officer role, is again, doing work I wasn't supposed to, and apparently I was better at that than the job I was actually doing. So there's a pattern here, right? And then from there it gets really boring. This is basically, once you're management, you just go to another job. It's just ask and you'll get another one. That's less interesting. But at that point, I'm like, I keep getting tired and doing the work of someone else, and then wind up doing that job instead, and then getting a job out of that job. And so I did that like 3 more times. I'm not a CSO anymore, actually. I think that's a different title now. But anyway, and then I moved to Canada. Long story short. So that's the journey. Let's talk about the actual subject matter, though. There's a story here, and the story is not actually how I move around or why I'm like this. The story is I keep getting tired and getting a new job. So let's talk about that. Failing upwards. How does it actually work? Let's talk about the psychology for a second. That's probably the most interesting to me personally. Counter-signaling. So when I say counter-signaling, what I'm talking about is like, think like a humble brag, right? It's like you're saying something negative to indicate a positive, or something positive to indicate a negative. That's one of the key factors on this process. We're going to talk about how it connects as we get to the actual steps, but that's like one of the things of how it works mechanically on failing upwards. It's going to be a combination of this and bias for action. So I'm like a huge movie nerd, and Bruce Willis is, I'm going to say, demigod level to me, give or take. Not anymore, God. But like back in the 80s, when he was like on his game, bias for action. He is, like, Bruce Willis is actively bad at getting the job done. He like falls, he breaks stuff, he messes around, stuff happens in this movie that's new to action movies in the 1980s, right? Bias for action means that you're gonna be happy that he's trying, regardless whether he's successful or not. That's what we're gonna do as well. Cronyism though. So cronyism is a negative, but we're gonna make it work for us. Cronyism in this context is the idea that it's a circle that you're not a member of, or that you are a member of and others are not. So it's exclusive. That's the point, is it's exclusivity. It sucks, but we're gonna exploit it. How it exploits is interesting. Basically, if you treat this like an attack surface, then it becomes a different conversation entirely. If you look at it as cronyism is a circle of trust. So circles equal trust equals bias. If you're inside the circle, you have a natural bias for something inside the circle. Example, if you take your friend and you take a person next to your friend and they're like identical in every way, let's call them twins, but one of them you like, one of them you don't. You're gonna naturally trust and relate to the one you like more than the one you don't, even though they are literally the same person, just, one you know, one you don't. So if you consider it in that sense, biases are completely unconscious and we can't stop it. We can't not be biased, right? So the exploit is this. Trust is an expression of time and exposure, right? So what you do is you just need to have a force multiplier on either the time or the exposure or both, and that reduces the amount and that actually gets you inside that circle. It's a little more complicated and nuanced, but that's effectively what it boils down to. But here's the part that's really interesting: is there's a book called The 6 Principles of Influence. It's a very popular book for the social engineering crowd, and it's actually just a good book to read in general. But what they do is they cover like six ways to influence people. Reciprocity is the idea where you get something and you'll want to give in return. So we all go grocery shopping and we walk down the store, right? And someone's giving away granola bars or something to that effect. And you take a granola bar and you do not buy it. You do not. I mean, like there's naturally there's going to be some psychopath who like makes a conversation with this poor person who's giving out granola bars. That person's weird, right? No one like sits down and has a 5-minute heart-to-heart with the person giving away the granola bars. But what we do, even if we don't buy the granola bars, we at least say thank you. We look them in the eye and we make at least a general gesture of thank you. Unless you're a different sort of psychopath. But point is that you can't not respond if you're given something. You just can't. It's just human nature. And then social proof is another factor in this. So there's always that one person who like crosses the street before everyone else does, and then everyone else starts to follow them. It's like that. So there's always one of those people, and that's what we're going to talk about here as well as the social proof. If anyone approves, that is the approval of all. And then the last thing, and I really wish I could put more time on this because that would be its own talk entirely, and that's being likable. If you're generally a dislikable person, this is not going to work for you. You've got to work on your confidence and your charisma to make this happen. I can give tips on that, but the short version is that that's a really critical part as well. That all said, that's how it mechanically works, is a combination of these psychological and social factors. So that said, oh, by the way, I will give this presentation to anyone who wants it, so don't worry about taking notes. There's a lot on the slide, sorry for that. That said, let's set the scene. So, when I'm talking about the circumstances in which you fail upwards, you're looking for 2 specific situations. You're looking for the energies of these 2 people. I told you I'm a movie nerd. Here we go. We're talking about Buzz Lightyear for a start, falling with style. So Buzz Lightyear, I'm not sure who remembers 1995 very well. I personally don't, but it's like Buzz Lightyear, he like Woody challenges him, like, you can't fly. He's like, yes, I can. And he jumps off a bed, bounces on things, sails around on a swing and sticks the landing. And he says, yeah, you didn't fly, you fell with style. That's what we're looking for. We're looking for falling with style. bold, confident, and bold, confident, and incompetent. That's one of the energies we're channeling. Second one, Peter Gibbons from Office Space. Now, I have to be really clear about this. Don't do crimes. I mean, like, this is a really good example, just only for the first 10 minutes. So, if you really want to commit crimes, I can't help you with that, but I can tell you the first 10 minutes, though, actually, I can help you, but just I won't. Peter Gibbons is the energy we're looking for. In the first 10 minutes, he basically goes through some life changes and then has a breakdown in the office, stops working, drops his cubicle walls, and while everyone is getting fired, he's getting promoted. That's what we're talking about today. That's what we're talking about. That's the energies we're channeling. So, that said, before we dive into this, a couple more words on this, inside managers' heads. Any managers in the room right now, by the way, I'm so sorry for all of you. I'm so sorry. I had to pick on all of you. It's going to get worse. So, and stop me if I'm wrong, but I believe we can all agree as managers we do this. From the management side, there is no reason to promote an employee. Apart from morale, there's no motivation. You're actively like discouraged in some situations to promote people. If you have an engineer who's good at their job, why would you promote them? Why would you ever want this person to leave? You wouldn't want them to be better at another job. You want them to be really good at the one they have forever, because then you're doing your job by them doing theirs. So there's no reason to promote a good employee ever. That's why you wind up getting better jobs when you move companies rather than inside one. So there's that. But I think the real extra thing here is that when you do get promoted, because it does happen eventually, when you do get promoted, it's because you have shown some sort of contrast against your current role. Now, what you're going to want to do in the context of failing upwards is we're going to want to make that contrast not just like here you are and here you want to be. We got to make the contrast higher by dropping down where you are. So we're going to expand the contrast zone, which is going to make it more obvious. So better value elsewhere with higher contrast is what we're going to angle towards in the process. That said, last thing, I promise, a few prerequisites, and then we're good. Nice to have, should have, need to have. Nice to have some experience on what you're actually trying to do. If you're trying to be like a NOC engineer, if you're trying to be a manager, ideally you have some experience that predates your attempt. That's nice to have. Should have at least some background knowledge of the job you're trying to reach for. And but you need to have a goal state at all. If you just want a better job, this is not going to work for you. You actually have to have an active goal you're trying to reach. But nice to have is a startup mentality. So if you're one of those people who just like rise and grind, get this bread, is that still the thing people say? I don't know. Yeah, that's cringe, right? Okay. Anyway, that's helpful here. But you should have the ability to, or the interest to work outside your hours a little bit. If you work remotely, it's probably fine to do it inside your hours, but this is going to require more of you outside of your normal work. But you need to be less good at your current job and take that risk. I'm talking about actually being mediocre in your job right now. Like you got to be willing to risk that. But nice to have though is a friend in high places. If you have like a particular favorite manager of yours or some place in the NOC that you're trying to reach for as an example, then that'll help. Should have though is acquaintances in high places. Hello.
Hey.
Oh, hi.
Simon.
Hey, how you doing?
Doing good. For everybody who doesn't know this already, we have this thing called outrageous speaker requests. When you apply to speak at BSides, there's a little field down at the bottom that says, do you have any other outrageous requests? Whatever you put in that field, we try to provide for you, even if we have to evil genie it a little bit sometimes.
Yeah.
But I had a request for tacky Vegas memorabilia. So we have
that is so tacky.
A very tacky shot glass.
Oh, that's horrible. I love it.
I have a slot machine pen.
Oh my God. That's amazing.
And I have a pair of socks that you should probably put on before you go anywhere else. But it says, bring me to the casino.
Oh my God, that's amazing.
So
thank you. Oh my God, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, this is fantastic. You're the one you brought me that poster last time.
Yes.
Oh,
Yep.
I was looking forward to you. Thank you. Thank you so much. This is so tacky. Thank you. I'm going to put this in a place of honor right here. And I'll put these over here. Thank you.
Tacky, but delightfully unrefined.
Oh my God. I love BSides. That is truly tacky. Okay. Anyway, so it's nice to have acquaintances in high places. You should at least have an acquaintance. They should know who you are at least, right? But you need to have a high place to start off. And what I mean by that, if you're a consultant or a contractor and this won't work for you because your company is over there, you got to have an inner circle inside your company that you're trying to reach at all, right? So that's the prerequisites we're working towards. That all said, here's the steps, because that's actually why you're here. Once you actually define your next step, and I'm just going to use the example of management for the sake of ease. Let's assume you're all going to be managers tomorrow. This is how you go about it. Once you define what that next job is you're trying to reach for, you got to power down. This is where you become mediocre yourself. I mean, like, meet your job's KPIs. Don't risk your job over this, right? But you need to start powering down. You got to start looking at this like, I think quiet quit is a word people are saying now. And that's not quite, that's basically what we're trying to do effectively. You need to power down. It's okay. Don't lose your job over it. Just be mediocre at it. And then the next thing is you're going to want to immerse yourself in the culture of the next job you're trying to reach. Now, an example of this would be like, let's say management, for argument's sake. You want to like go to meetups or hang out with managers in general. You want to like use their words, like there's a culture for every job. This is where you like become a member of that culture, at least in a pretending sort of way, at minimum, because that's going to give you the wording and the approach, and kind of get inside their head a little bit. And then you got to train yourself to be more likable. Now, I have some resources I like to use. One of them is a great YouTube channel called Charisma on Command, I think, and they use like celebrities and pop culture references to illustrate the principles of how to influence and how to be popular and how to be, charismatic. And that's what you want to do. You want to start working on that charisma. Any sort of self-help books. Here's the moment. And phase 1 is going to take a little bit of time, but it's actually probably the easiest part of this process. It's not too bad. But the goal of phase 1 is you're employable but not a rising star yet. You're not great, but you're not bad. But also, while you're actively okay, you're also in the process of becoming really good in the mindset, at least, of the job you're trying to reach. Phase 2 is starting with this is fast forward about a few weeks, maybe a few months, depending on your process, depending on where you're at. You're going to quietly start doing the next thing's work. Now, if it's management, you can do something innocuous, like helping them like format tables, helping them send emails, right? Just kind of pick up those little tasks that managers probably hate to do, and they're happy for someone else to do. But here's the thing: you can't be loud about it. You got to be really just be chill. Here's where you chill, because it's going to come to you back in a moment in phase 3. But right here is where you quietly do the next step without permission. It's important you don't have permission. It actually is. And part 2 is you got to make yourself familiar with the next steps, peer group, and their management. So what I mean by that, now is where you actually start, kind of like introducing yourself, talking to these people, getting them to know you. It's not important that they you don't have to go fishing with them. You don't have to go to the club with them, but they have to at least know who you are. That's the hope, right? So that's the intention. And then at that point, once you got steps 1 and 2, then you got to begin doing more of the next step. Just start phasing it into your rotation. Just start doing this habitually, and make it normal. Make it super normal that this is something you do now. It's like, why are you in the knock? You don't work here. Shrug, and walk away. Don't make a deal of it. The goal of this is that you just need to be doing it better at this other job that isn't yours. Right? From the stories I told earlier. Here's where the lessons are. So, phase 3. This is again maybe a month, 6 months. It depends on everything. Depends on all the variables in your circle. But once you have convinced yourself and others, and it's important you have all that confidence in yourself, and everyone does too. Everyone knows this is just something you do. You just do this. It's fine. Invite yourself or shadow someone into the conversations and meetings that you don't belong. I mean, just, again, be chill, be cool, just make it normal. Make it normal, just follow a manager into the management meeting, as an example, right? And doing this will this is where that what's the word I'm looking for? This is where the social proof comes in, because here's the trick: once you're in a room and no one tells you, no one objects, you officially have permission of everybody. You officially do. You're in the circle if no one objects. It just happens. And then at that point, begin doing less and less of your current job and more of the one you're about to do. And this is where you actually start failing your KPIs. This is where you stop doing your job well and you start doing another job better. I mean, like actively, visibly. Because at step 3, here's where you actually, once you've gotten into that circle of trust, here's where you express your intent to move into that role. And at this point, it's going to be an interesting situation for you because this is the point of no return. One of two things is going to happen. Either they're going to talk amongst themselves. Either the circle is going to consult the circle, or the circle is going to consult HR. Or they're going to tell you to go to HR. If HR gets involved, you push too fast because they should talk to each other first. If they tell you to go to HR, then you've gone through phase 2 too quickly. So you got to, yeah, phase 2 builds on, phase 2 is a requirement for this. But then for step 4, here's where it gets interesting because whether they accept, whether they deny, regardless what the circumstance is, once you've expressed that intent, the next thing is you wait a little bit and then you update your resume, you update your LinkedIn, you put on your LinkedIn profile all the things that you've been doing. That is not your job. Do it. Who's going to stop you? There's no LinkedIn police. This is not fraud. Well, it might be, depending on the job. Don't say you're a lawyer. I've seen that. I've seen suits. Don't do that either. Don't do crimes. Don't do crimes. But anyway, so like, put yourself out there as this new person. Make it clear. And then at that point, if they come back to you with the job, perfect. If they don't, perfect. Because at that point, stay or go becomes the next choice. I think we've all been in that position, hopefully, maybe less than some. But the goal here for phase 3 is you're better in this other work, and you will do it. You will do it whether you're here or there. But you're going to do this job now. You've done it. Phase 3 is where you actually change into that person you've been trying to get to the whole time. You just don't ask permission. That's the key. And you notice in phase 3 is where you talk about it because phase 1, it needs to be normal. You got to normalize the job you want to have. That's what's going to give everybody the understanding that you should just have the job, right? So, that all said, summing up, how are we doing on time? Oh, fantastic, so much time. Oh, I am so happy. Okay, to sum up, failing upwards is really commonplace. It might as well work for you. I mean, this is literally happening every day. We can't stop it. We might as well use it, right? It's a combination of normal human behavior. When I say normal human behavior, I mean normal human, not normal behavior. Because this is an abnormal thing we shouldn't do, but we're going to exploit it anyway and be successful at it. And to fail up, you have to be employably mediocre. You have to be, you can't be good, you got to be mediocre at best, properly unexceptional. And then quietly achieve in a different space you're trying to reach. And that's what's going to make the shift happen for you. And then I have to be glib. Don't come in on Saturday and fall with style. So that's that. I'm sorry. I had to do some stupid joke at the end. And that's the summing up of it. Now, I told you I'm going to send this presentation to whoever wants it because there's a few resources. So there is a lot to take in on this. I did a lot of research on this. The 2 articles I gave at the beginning, they're here. But I think just some quick call-outs, just to kind of channel the energies you're looking for. Again, we're looking for like the Social Engineering Village has their own YouTube channel if you catch up on the talks. Charisma on Command is a good resource for building that confidence and the ability to talk and small talk. Like the obnoxious things we all have to do, why not be good at it? Stuff like that. If you want to follow some social engineers like Alith Denise, I think she currently, I think she's actually here today. Rachel Toback is another really good choice as well. And reading books is one of those things. It's like we all say we read books, some of us do, but we all say we do. Here's where actually books you should read. I recommend specifically Influence, The Psychology of Persuasion. This is the Dr. Robert Cialdini. He's the one who wrote the 6 Principles of Influence. He did it from marketing, which feels gross, but it is actually a really good book on how to develop those interpersonal skills that's going to give you that edge, right? And then also, I think maybe my favorite book I've read has got to be Joe Navarro's What Everybody is Saying, an ex-FBI's guide to speed reading people. We're talking about things like the direction people's feet tell you whether you should talk to them or not. Stuff like that. It's crazy. I love it. Social Engineering Village, if you're going to DEF CON, please hit these guys up. And then, yeah, my LinkedIn is the bottom there. It's, yeah, so you can, it's a poorly tended garden. I will accept it and then probably like not look at it for weeks, but I will get back to you, promise. That all said, we actually have a lot of time for questions because I was weirdly quick today. So, oh, thank God there's questions. Yes?
So you spent a lot of energy telling us that we need to become mediocre at our job. And I think
Oh,
I know
microphone.
I didn't actually hear you speak to why that is.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. I'm going to ask the question again. So you talked a lot about it being important to be mediocre in your current job. Can you speak more to why that's important?
Yes. Yes. I think somewhere I think slide 5 or 6, I mentioned briefly, very briefly, that you're looking for contrast. The reason why you're looking for contrast on that is because you basically, it's not enough to just be better at another job in most cases, because again, you're not going to get as much visibility doing it that way. Being mediocre at the other job is going to give you that push. So it's a pull and push effect. So I think it's a combination of higher contrast and a push and pull on the process. Yeah.
Hi.
There he is.
Yay.
Hey.
So I love this presentation because I kind of accidentally did all that at my
Nice.
previous job. So that's social proof that he's right.
Oh yeah. Excellent. Excellent.
So the one thing that I had trouble with in a previous attempt to do this was doing something where it just didn't exist. There was no social circle at all. Like, how do you do this where the company has no impetus, no people, no circle for the thing that I want to do?
Oh, see, that's the exciting part. If you're in that situation, you gotta pivot a little bit, and there's a circle somewhere you have to impress. If you're trying to go like into a different space and not the one you're entering, you have to build the space yourself. Then you probably just want to swap the circle for management. Just make it about management, and then just like start doing the job. Yeah, good. That's a good one. That's a good one. Oh yes, hello.
I was gonna say, how does your falling upwards compare to the Peter Principle? Because it seems like a bit of an expansion of it.
Sorry, can you one more time, please?
The Peter Principle was a book published in 1969.
Oh shit.
That about people rising to their highest level possible, and then a bit more due to incompetence, and that's where they tend to stick.
Yeah. Honestly, it is very much an expansion of that. You're right. No, I hadn't thought of that. That's a good point. Yeah. No, I think the interesting thing about it is that this process doesn't work very well in properly egalitarian societies. For example, if you do this in Denmark, it won't succeed. It has to be like a late-stage capitalist Reaganomics sort of situation. You have to. I mean, greed has to be part of this, or else it doesn't fit for some reason. Yeah, it's weird, but you're right. Absolutely, it's basically an expansion. Good point. Yeah, you sir.
Would you consider attending BSides LV a Phase 3 activity? And if so, what are some of the actions or activities some of the people in this room might be able to do while they're here?
I am so sorry. I did not quite catch all that. One more time.
Would you consider attending BSides LV a Phase 3 activity?
Oh,
And if so, what are some of the actions or activities that some of the people in this room could do while they're here?
yes. Okay. Thank you. Sorry for that. Yeah, good point. Let's go back to Phase 3 real quick, just for visual reference, right? Okay. So, actually, I would consider BSides probably more of a Phase 1 situation, because at this point it's Phase 1, Step 2. This is where it's going to be immersing yourself in the next step's culture. So, however, I know that there's some people hiring out there, so you could just bridge the gap, you know? So it's entirely possible to do both. All right. Anyway. Oh, sorry. Yes.
Hey, how's it going? I really love the presentation.
Oh,
I
thank
just
you.
wanted to ask if there are any tips for high-functioning perfectionists that find it difficult to be mediocre.
Oh my God. My people. My people. Yeah. Actually, unironically, I actually have a tip for that. Yeah. Just express that anxiety in the new job. Just pivot. Focus the perfectionism on the thing you're trying to achieve. And then at that point, you'll probably be too busy to be good at your job.
Do you want to take one more before
let's keep-
transition?
Oh, I'm good. Just I have to stop sometime, right?
Drake, how many more minutes till we transition?
10?
Okay.
Oh, fantastic.
All right.
Let's keep this going. Yeah. Who's next? Ah, there he is.
I'm just curious, how have your tactics changed now that everybody's gone remote? Because being in person, it was a lot easier to just kind of stroll in behind somebody to the meeting. Now we have to get the invite.
Yeah, that is actually a really good point. So if let me just repeat the question, make sure I got it right. How does the remote side of it factor in? Okay, yeah, it's actually in a way easier in some ways because you can basically just like piggyback on a Zoom link, you know? I mean, the thing is, unless it's actually like a properly locked down virtual meeting, you can just show up to them. I mean, if you, I'm not going to name brands, but there's a lot of brands where it's like you can literally just like find the link if you're willing to scrape, and like you can even like not even get permission into these meetings. That's not a thing. That's not formal advice. I'm not going to give you advice to do crimes. Here's me not advising crime, but you could totally do that. But like that aside, though, socially though, that's where it gets interesting because how do you establish a rapport virtually, right? Couple tips that I found were really helpful is everyone does this thing, and I think we're all guilty of this, where we're in a virtual meeting and we're all like we can see up each other's nose because the webcam is down here, you know, or we're like square on, like we're like this, and like you see like we're square shoulders, and it's a weird psychology, but if you actually pivot slightly to the side, put one shoulder back, and just kind of relax into it a little, then you're gonna feel more confident because you're more comfortable, and you're gonna look more confident because you clearly feel comfortable. So just be more comfortable on camera. That'll help. If you're in a company that is like no webcams, you got another set of challenges there, and I can't help with that.
All right, Ops gave us 2 more questions, and then our next panel is ready to roll through. I already told this person they could go next. So.
Yeah.
Where do you tend to find most people fail in the process? What step along the way?
I'm sorry, one more time?
Where do you tend to find most people fail in the process? What step is the most difficult for people to overcome?
Oh, yeah. I relate to this gentleman here with the fashionable beard. You could be a social engineer with that beard, by the way. So that is actually, I relate to his struggle specifically because I don't like failing. I don't like making mistakes. I really don't like being mediocre. I mean, my mother would be disappointed in me, right? So I can't handle that emotionally. That is usually the hard part for most, is the idea that you have to just be not good to be better. It's very counterintuitive. So it's one of those things. That's where it's got to be. You got to be at peace with that, and that's easily the hardest part. There's no specific failure in the process. It's just that mindset that's a challenge. Yeah.
Can I see the hand of someone who hasn't already asked a question?
I will be here and talk to you, by the way.
Okay.
So
our next panel that I might be on is ready to set up.
Yeah.
How do you feel LinkedIn falls into all of this?
How does LinkedIn factor in? Well, good question. It's amazing what you can get away with on LinkedIn. It truly is. Are you aware, by the way? Just a pro tip. GitHub has repositories of all the answers for all the quizzes. So you know those little like knowledge quizzes? You can actually like go to GitHub and find the answer sheets for them. So, you know, there's that. So don't trust those quizzes, but they sure look good to HR, don't they? No, the thing is that it's really just about self-promotion, and the way this works so well, the reason why it's so successful for other people like, I suppose, like me, is that it's a quiet sort of promotion of the self. It's more like you get to talk about yourself, but you don't get to brag. It's just a statement of fact. It's like, well, let's talk about GitHub, right? Same story. If you have a GitHub repository, that's street cred, right? So it's like that. It's like quietly promoting yourself without actually promoting yourself. And so in that sense, that's exactly what we've got to do, because the whole point is normalizing the job you want to have, right? So if you just like say what the job that you clearly have skills and abilities to do, and you put that on LinkedIn, that just establishes you to the public that this is who you are. So yeah. And I guess they're going to take my microphone away at some point. Do they still have those hooks, by the way, from those old-timey shows? Oh, 5 minutes? Oh, sweet. Stage cane. Is that what they called? It's actually got a name. It's called a stage cane. I learned something today. Oh, okay. I learned something today. Thank you. God, BSides is so informative.
Yeah, we're going to start setting
Okay, so I guess I'm going now. But yeah, just hit me up after this. I'm going to be carrying around some socks and some stuff. Okay.
You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, oh,
Testing. Oh, there you go. Hello, hello. Got it.
Check, check. Okay. Come take a seat. Come on. More the merrier. Okay. So we did this talk actually last year with Kathleen as the moderator and me as one of the guests, and we get to all switch around. I get to be the moderator this time and ask the questions. And I've got Kirsten, Lauren with me here. I'll let them each do an introduction, and then I'll blab on in my not Australian accent.
Please keep the accent going. It's the most interesting thing we have.
Yeah, it's
going.
the most I thought you were going to say it's the most interesting thing about me. And actually, some people do find that, so that's okay. So ladies, after you.
All right, I'll start with, can we all give a shout out to Kathleen Smith, who's not physically with us. She's here in love and spirit, and Higher Ground is her baby. So.
She's probably watching this, so we should wave.
We love you.
We love you. We miss you.
Okay. I am Kirsten Renner, also known as Krenner. I had cooler handles back in the day, but they didn't stick, and that's sad. I've been recruiting for decades, and although I'm not currently recruiting, I stay very engaged in talent and what makes it work. So hope this is fulfilling for all of you, and we'll be here for questions afterwards.
Hello, I'm Lauren Shear. I had not heard of this conference until about 2 months ago. Kathleen reached out to me, so super excited to be here and get to know all of you and be a part of this. But I am a talent acquisition business partner, which is a fancy name for a recruiter at Aristocrat. I've been in recruiting for about 7 years now. Been in Las Vegas the whole time. I'm born and raised, and I went to UNLV.
And do you have a nickname?
All right, so I challenge
Lauren.
you all throughout this discussion to think about what handle we should give her. This is her first con, right?
Yes.
You deserve a handle, so we're going to figure one out for you. By the way, she whipped up this slide really quick. We showed up without slides, so keep that in mind when solutions provider.
There we go. I'm Chris Rides. I'm the president of Via Resource. That's quite a new title for me, actually. I founded a company called Cybersecurity about 10 years ago, a professional services company and a cybersecurity recruitment company. I just merged the recruiting arm with Via Resource, that is a British firm. Actually, one of my friends started back there. They've been going for 12 years. So we merged together. We cover the UK, Europe, Middle East, and here in the United States. I've been involved in the industry for quite a while now. Founded one of the founding directors of the Cloud Security Alliance Los Angeles chapter, and a couple of times have been president and been involved with BSides for a long time and some of the other conferences, and love it. And my nickname, actually, that nobody uses here is Ridesy. That was it, Ridesy. Everybody call me Ridesy, and then when I'm in trouble with my mum and dad, they call me Christopher. That's, as we all know, that's when we know we're in trouble. So let's jump into the questions. First things first, what is the difference between a direct recruiters and staffing firms? Kirsten, do you want to have a go at this one?
I'll have a go. Excuse me. The difference between like an internal corporate recruiter and a staffing firm. I think, there's going to be, this might be, I should have read the questions. I'm going to try not to go into what I think might be one of the next questions, because there's reasons to use both. I highly encourage taking advantage of both, but the corporate recruiter is working obviously directly for the hiring organization, whereas the agency recruiter, they are working for multiple hiring organizations, right? So they're almost like your agent. They're like your Jerry Maguire, right? They are, they're your agent. They're fighting for you to explore multiple different hiring organizations. So hopefully that makes sense. And raise your hand if it doesn't.
Yeah, and I can elaborate on that. So I'm an in-house recruiter. So I work specifically for Aristocrat. So any positions that I'm filling are going to be for Aristocrat, right? But we sometimes, as recruiters, cannot fill positions. So we actually use agencies to support our hiring as well. So I have, a relationship with 5 different local agencies, and I'll reach out to them depending on the type of role I'm filling. So sometimes, when you guys are getting contacted on LinkedIn, different things like that, email, it could be a direct recruiter right from the company, but it could also be an agency. So if you're ever not sure, you can always look up that company that they're reaching out to you from and find out. Either way, it's a good thing to be contacted.
Yeah, why not, right? Keep your
Side
options
note,
open. Yes.
we're very, very selective at Accenture where I work about what agencies we'll work with, and we work with his agency because they're really good. So
we're getting there.
Thanks for saying that. It doesn't come across so well when I just say it about myself, right?
It's true.
So I've been on the agency side of recruiting myself this is my 24th year. I know what you're thinking, Chris, you look so young. There's no way. How could that possibly be? Yeah, or maybe not. Got lots of grey hair. But it's really interesting. We work with multiple clients, as these guys mentioned. We actually find that our best relationships with our best clients are when we've got recruiters internally that we work really well with. And so that's really important. If I look at our relationships with our best clients, it's ones where the recruiters want us involved. We work together in a partnership. We learn about the company, so we're an extension of them. So yeah, that's a big difference. You can often ask them, and often they'll tell you as well whether they're working with multiple roles or not. So there's some differences there. And then we went on a little bit as to why you might use one or another, but I think going off onto sort of outreach, like interview processes, that sort of thing. Can you guys describe what your process looks like in your businesses? So the initial outreach, recruitment, interview and onboarding practices, and I'm happy to share what it looks like from an external third-party recruiter.
Okay. So I'll say in a perfect world situation as a recruiter, so I will post the job. I'll work with the hiring manager, who could be anywhere from a supervisor, manager, director, VP, depends on the level, but we always call them hiring managers. And they will, give us their qualifications, what they're really looking for in that perfect candidate. So I go out, I look either on LinkedIn if I'm not seeing the talent come through our application system. But if I do see the talent, right, that's the perfect world scenario, I can find the candidate I need. So usually candidates will be reached out to by a recruiter. They'll have a phone screen, which is usually just a 20-minute phone call. From there, if I confirm qualifications meet, salary expectations align, all the boxes are checked, then we'll move you forward to a hiring manager interview. That can either be just very behavioral focused, or sometimes that's really technically focused, right? We want to check the technical qualifications before then getting you in front of maybe the second round or final rounds where you're meeting with maybe higher ups or different team members, or sometimes we'll do partners that you'd be working for in the business. So just people you'd be working with, basically, right? We want to make sure you're getting to know the company, the culture, understanding what we're really looking for in the perfect candidate, but also giving us the opportunity as the business to really get to know you and what you could provide as well. And so all throughout, I'd say it depends on the role, right? Some positions move really quickly. People aren't on vacation. We can, have that perfect process. So I'd say anywhere from when you apply, it could be 2 weeks, very, very quickly, right? But I'd say plan for an 8-week process.
So similarly, when the hiring team identifies that there's a hiring need, they're either it's internal on their team internally, or it's a customer need. The customer comes to them and says, here's what I need, here's how many positions there are. The recruiting team will start doing intake calls with those managers to understand the position. Now, if it's a brand new position they've never done before, they have to do an intake to understand the requirements. They want to know all the nooks and crannies, every little detail. If I'm doing an intake, or one of my recruiters is doing an intake, I want to know everything. I want to know what the work environment is. I want to know what the team looks like. I want to know what parking is like. I want to know everything about it so I can put it in the cell area of the requisition. So the recruiter can really speak to the position. But then when the recruiter starts sourcing and in getting in touch with people. So there's a big difference between when a recruiter starts to search for the people that they think meets the requirements and then actually getting in touch with them, getting a response from them. There could be a huge gap in between there. Also, because we have relationships with agencies, we're doing intakes with them too. Take the time to speak with them and so that they understand. A lot of agencies that are doing, I don't know what the term for it is, but where they're just like throwing stuff at the wall and they're like, I'm going out there and this is typical. That's why they're atypical, is those agencies are looking for their shot. They're going to look at the company names. They're going to look at their job postings, and they're going to start doing searches. I call it an unauthorized search, right? So it makes sense if you go back to one of her original points, when you're the candidate, ask, do you work for the hiring organization or not, right? So just so you know what you're doing. And then the recruiters should build a profile for the individual. So they shouldn't be just thinking about the job. In my mind, as a recruiter, to do the best job, you should not be trying to fill the job. You should be speaking to the human being, finding out what they really care about, what they really want, what they really need, what really makes them tick, and then you've built a profile for them. And then you kind of do some searching for them too. There's going to be things that you're aware of or that you become made aware of on the recruiting side that before it ever gets posted or before the requisition ever gets submitted, you realize that team XYZ is either going after this big proposal or they just won this new piece of work. So you think of that candidate. You have such a good relationship with them and you keep them tight in your particular pipeline that you know what, and you say to them, I noticed that you applied for ABC. However, here's this other thing I want you to keep in mind, or here's this other team that might work good for you. So I want the recruiters to, and they do, take it to the next level and really care about the human and really be actively helping them seek out what would be the best fit for them. So the process, I can't put a timeline on it because sometimes it takes months, and it should, right? Because you don't want to be force fit into the first thing that you check the boxes for. You want to be matched up, like as if it were dating. Not that I have dating experience, but if I did, I would imagine that I would want to get matched up with something that's going to last for a long time. So
no hookups. I think, well, I mean, I don't want to put pressure on Accenture, but our last placement with them, I think we had an offer, it was like a week and a half, like we had a verbal offer, so things happened really quickly. So they can happen super quickly in all sorts of businesses.
that's impressive.
Yeah, that's very fast.
There you go.
Was that you, Drake? Did you do that? That probably.
So things can happen really quick. And
He's hiring, but
yeah.
sorry.
Drake in the white hat. Yeah, we have clients with all sorts of different lengths, from FANGs where we are seriously talking about months, like nobody's getting a quick job at some of those, and then to startups where we're helping to build go-to-market teams, or we work with cybersecurity startups. So some of those, if they're in their early stages, seed or Series A, they might not even have an internal recruiter yet. So we are their internal recruiter, and I can think of one where we sent the resume on a Wednesday, they interviewed the person on the Friday, then they met the person for dinner Saturday, and the person had a written offer on Sunday and sent it back Sunday afternoon. So things can happen, like that is insane, I would just say. Long time in recruitment, I don't see that very often, but things can happen that quickly. And so, you never know when, you might have been looking for a role for a while and then all of a sudden things can change tomorrow. So it's one of the reasons why it's really important to stay very positive during your job search, because things can rapidly change. In terms of the process, our process pretty much follows exactly what Lauren and Kirsten have said. We're talking about us initially taking the job description. Usually it's with a hiring manager and perhaps one of the internal recruiters on board, and we'll go through, because quite often some of the job descriptions that we see and what people are actually looking for, there might be a little bit of a difference there. And so we might ask things like, right, when you get your very first resume, what are the things you're looking for? And it's funny how you ask those questions and actually what they're looking for isn't the things that are at the top of the job description necessarily. And so we can find out lots of information by following through little processes like that and getting to try and get in the minds of different hiring managers. We also work a little with the process, so we might find out who else is involved in the process. If we get an opportunity to speak to everybody in the process, which is rare, but if we do, it's making sure that everybody's on, looking at the same, looking for the same type of person. And then one of the key things I always say to people is try and make sure that if it's your process, make sure everybody in that process understands what their job is or what their role is in the process. You look like you're going to add something there.
Do I look like I have a spark of my eye? To include, you are part of the process, right? You, the candidate, are part of the process. So I encourage you, as you're rolling through the different stages that she was describing, to say, what can I expect next? And some recruiters, I was one of them that was very poor at not dropping the ball, not intentionally. In my heart, I wanted to never drop the ball. So don't be afraid to reach out to the recruiter and say, I haven't heard, should I be concerned? Right? Sometimes it's not intentional, right? It just depends on the volume and it depends on what's happening. But if it seems like things are taking too long, reach out. Reach out and find out and ask as you're going through the stages that she was describing. Say, okay, I had this. When should I expect to get that next phone call, or when should I expect for the offer to come in my hand? Probably not on a Sunday most of the time.
No. Yeah, and it is one of those things where, like, we'll try and manage your expectations. We want you to have a rough understanding, so it's not like tomorrow. Okay, well, you said last time this person got an offer, on a Sunday. Well, where's my offer? Okay, well, so it's not always the same. So we try and manage expectations where we can, and every recruitment, even within a business, every recruitment process will differ a little. So hiring managers might have their own processes. As I said, they might look for different things on resumes. So you just got to be aware that everything kind of can slightly change. And on that, to add, we are all humans, so we do make mistakes, right? Sure. We generally, the people that I know and respect don't ghost people, right? If you don't get a message back, it's because we didn't see your message in the first place. You've got to bear in mind that even a year ago, when the market was really tight in cybersecurity, there was still, we'd get quite a lot of job applications. And if you're looking for a senior person, we'd get quite a lot of job applications from people trying to enter the industry. And so that gives us quite a lot of people to get through. And right now, I think we're probably seeing like a 10-fold increase because of people that have been involved in RIFs and been laid off. They're applying for jobs that maybe they wouldn't typically apply for if they were in a job. And so that means that the volume of people applying have gone up, and it's much harder to find the people in that big pile of resumes. So I think while we're talking about resumes, this might be a good way to maybe dissect, what great tips you have on writing resumes, what people should do, what they shouldn't do, how the ATS systems may or may not work, all of this juicy stuff that people are always busy trying to hack the system, right? Lauren?
So my biggest thing with resumes is you don't want the recruiter to have to ask a question, right? So if I'm a recruiter and I have 30 applications for a data engineer, right? I have to go look at every single one of those resumes and see the skills, the years, what companies they've been working for. On average, I always forget, I think it's like 45 seconds we look at a resume, something close to that. And that's 100% true, right? Like we meet with the hiring manager during that intake call. I get like the 5 top skills they need, the years of experience, and that's what I'm looking at a resume. I'm not reading every single bullet point. I'm looking at the number and what's supposed to be there. If it's not there, you don't meet the qualifications, and I'm moving forward, right? So my biggest thing is making sure you have the right information, and the way you know that you have the right information is by looking at the job description before you apply. We get so many candidates who just apply and they just see the job title, and then when I'm on the phone with them, they don't even know what job they're interviewing for, which is a really big turnoff, so don't do that. but yeah, read the job description. It should say clearly, like, you need 3 years of experience. Okay, if you have 3 years of experience, make sure I can very easily see that on your resume. If you need Python, make sure that's listed. I always love a resume where at the top, and I think this might be like controversial, but sometimes people will have a summary at the top, they'll have a goal, they'll have an objective statement. I say it's great because it can really highlight, hey, like, I'm a data engineer with 4+ years of experience. My main skills are XYZ, and I'm looking for a new opportunity because X, right? That just lays it out for me. I don't have to really follow up and ask any questions, and you're making my job really easy. So that's my biggest thing, right? Like, look at the job description, see what it's asking for, see if you have those skills and that experience, and then make sure it's being shown on your resume. Another big thing for me is clear formatting, and that's just, again, so it's easy to read, right? Make sure your format looks nice, things are outlined well, it's clear where it's, you have an education title, you have your professional experience title, you have your skills. Like, I can easily navigate your resume. And in my opinion, we'll see what everybody else thinks, but I like a 1-page resume because, again, it's all right there. I've gotten 10-page resumes, and it's just like, what are we doing, right? Like, I don't need your whole life. This is way too much, and I'm not going to read it all, right? So you want to put as much content in a precise, summarized way in 1 page if you can. I always say, okay, if you're an executive, you have years of experience, you've done a lot, you're serving on boards, yes, 2 pages is fine, but I don't think a resume should ever be more than 2. Do you agree?
I do not, but that's okay.
Yeah.
Because I'm technically not a recruiter anymore. But everything you said absolutely makes sense. I don't want to steal his thunder. Drake's talking at 2 o'clock about career development, and he has a whole section on resumes, and he's really good at helping people rewrite their resumes. There are services for writing your resumes. Sorry for people. Oh shit! I was just about to say sorry if people pay. I wouldn't pay. Yeah. So a good recruiter is going to help you redo your resume. However, one point that she made that is very valid and fair is you get resume fatigue. You can only read so much, right? Although I'm not going to say this is the number of pages you should have or you're allowed to have. It gets to the point where it's impossible to limit it to a certain number of pages. You should be ready to customize it per the job. Every compliant job rec has to tell you the difference between what is required and what is preferred. So let me say that one more time. A compliant job requisition makes it very clear. This is required. This is preferred. So hopefully the employer did that. Now you know. However, I also believe there's a way around almost everything, right? You got to understand enough about what you're looking for that you can speak to your equivalent experience, right? I don't want to screw this up and get it technically wrong because I'm not super technical, but if it says you have to have if it says you have to have JavaScript, but you have Perl, right? Speak to that, right? That's just a random example. I think that your resume, if I said I could only tell you one thing, it starts with one sentence. It does not have to be a dissertation. I'm a this and I want to be a that. Never assume that the person who sees your resume, because it has to go through layers. Depending on the size of the organization, you may have to get through multiple layers before a recruiter sees it, then before a hiring manager sees it. And it might even go through some filters on applicant tracking systems, most of which, by the way, are very awful, right? So you might have just gotten filtered out because of this stupid technology, right? So say I am a systems engineer looking to get into a solutions architect job. Hard stop. Now I know. Now I don't have to try to figure out by looking at the multiple things that you've done over multiple years. I wonder what this person wants to do next. If you tell me, then I'm going to dig a little deeper. So she said she's not going to read all the pages, neither am I. But if I know that you want to do the thing I need you to do, Now I am compelled to read for longer than 3 seconds, then 5 seconds, then 30 seconds. So you're going to customize it. You're going to start off with exactly what I want to be. And then also keep one more thing in mind, that those applicant tracking systems, some of them get confused if you put fancy graphics on your resume, if you put little boxes, and I've made this
columns. Please stop with the columns.
If you put little squares around it or whatever, the more you put in your resume that isn't a letter, a character, the applicant tracking system is just going to not understand, and it's going to reformat it, and then we never see it. I feel like I definitely had something else, but I can't remember.
Can I add something real fast?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I was just going to say, like, we read them very quickly, right? We're looking at the qualifications, but I do want to say, like, everything that's on your resume does matter, because what's going to happen is if I see you meet the qualifications, I'm compelled to keep reading. Now, do you have the preferred? Do you have those, like, great things that the hiring manager is also asking for? And then if it's a, like, yes, and I think I have a really great resume, I'm going to send it to the hiring manager right away, and they're going to read probably every bullet and really learn about your background and be prepared to really dive into that when you have that. So I don't want to, disregard like all the other content, and when you put time into writing those bullets, explaining, the impact you made in your position and what you were doing in your jobs, because that information is important. It's just, as a recruiter, when we get that resume, we're really just skimming it.
Yeah, I'll tell you a story about that, because I know it upsets some people that we don't read the whole of your resume. And I know it's really important to you, it's your career. The better your resume is written, the more of it that's going to get read. I had a security person send me a 55-page resume, and obviously I opened it up. Yeah, that is too much. I opened it up and I was like, whoa, okay. And so I spoke to them on the phone, and I was like, dancing around a little bit, and I was just like, okay, so have you got like another resume? Because a lot of people have more than one resume, right? You have a general resume, you have something that, like, people sometimes have, I've got something that goes through ATSs and stuff. We'll talk about that in a minute, but and the person responded, said, yes, I can send it across to you. I said, brilliant, send it across to me, and then we'll arrange another call. 70 pages, the second resume. So yeah, this is not a made-up story. And so I had a conversation with them, and the person got really offended and basically said to me, if the client's not willing to spend the time to read through my resume and understand my experience, I don't want to work there. To which I said, okay, I understand, and that was the last time we spoke. I don't know where they're working. But what I will say is, you got to think that, part of your job may well be writing reports, right? Being concise, being able to put information down that's understandable. And if you want to increase your career and move up to executive levels, you got to be able to write executive summaries, right? So if your resume is this huge, long document, the first question I would ask as a hiring manager would be, can they not do this concisely, right? Can they not get the information across? And so I would say that I think one pages are fine if you're early stage in your career, and also it's different industries as well. If you're a marketing person, you might have a much nicer graphic-y resume. It might be a bit different. From a cybersecurity point of view, if you've got experience, you're going to probably want something that's readable and it's at least 2 pages. I don't get hugely upset if it runs to 3. 2 to 3 is your ideal. Ways you can cut that down: anything over 10 years ago, you probably can just put your job title, the place you worked, and the dates you worked, and that's enough. I agree with the summary. Sometimes for some clients, they request that we add a page. I know that sounds strange, but what we have to do is qualify the candidate, and in that summary page, we summarize how we qualified them, why they're looking to move, what are going to be the buttons that are going to get them to make that move, salary, location, all of these sort of things. So, and some of the stuff that Lauren talked about in that first sentence covers that. And what you want is somebody buying into it. You're trying to catch their attention so they do spend the extra time. So that's just my little sort of tips on resumes and things. I think you got to remember, resumes actually probably doesn't get you the job, but it's designed to get you the interview, and that's the key. So if you're writing something that works for an ATS, has loads of like the random words written or something on it, you've got to bear in mind that if it's successful and it gets you through the ATS, the first person that reads it's going to be like, this is a mess. and not want to spend any more time. So you're just getting yourself along the process one tiny step, but then you're going to cut yourself out of it anyway. So just think about it from a hiring manager's point of view. I have the job description here. I have my resume here. Would I want to interview myself? Are there any projects I've done that are relevant just for this job? And as Kirsten said, every time, right? Every time, new resume for a job. And I know that makes it difficult if you're applying for a lot of jobs, but you're much better applying for a lesser amount of jobs and sending quality resumes than you are doing it the other way around.
I have one go back. If you know that what you have on paper looks like it might not be a match, but you hope you get the opportunity to explain why you feel you're qualified, right? You can think of a million examples. I would then go to LinkedIn and I would look for, you can search by title or you could search by name. When you look for the employer that's hiring, I would look for people with the title recruiter, and I would say, I noticed you're hiring for this. I applied. Please let me know if there's anything else you need from me. Something to that effect, right? If that doesn't work, you could do the same thing with whoever you think might be the hiring manager in that team. But that might be just what you need to get bumped up to get. They're going to go maybe even look in the applicant pool that they haven't even had a chance to look at yet. And that is also your opportunity to say, I noticed you're hiring for ABC, which requires blah, blah, blah. You're not going to see that on my resume, but here's what you will see, or here's what I'd like you to keep in mind. Keep it short, right? But that's going to be the trigger to compel them to take a look, right? So especially if they have something automated set up that is going through the applicant pool and filtering out the people who don't have that keyword that you don't have, but you have something equivalent that you want to speak to, that is your opportunity to do that in a personal message to the recruiting team.
And I know in our industry, not everybody loves social media or putting a lot of information on, but honestly, you're finding a role for yourself is much easier if you've got a LinkedIn. Whether you like it or not, that's just how it is. Maybe at some point we'll see people using them completely instead of resumes. We've had a couple of clients do that, but it's really rare. Nobody's doing it really that way yet.
Yeah, I was going to say, I know I'm big on the 1 or 2 or even 3 pages for your resume. If you want to talk about yourself and you want to put everything you've ever done, LinkedIn is 100% that place to do it. Include your LinkedIn profile, URL. Make sure it's professional at the top and that it works. There's so many times I go click on a link and I'm excited to look at their profile and it doesn't work. But yeah, I source a lot, and LinkedIn is the #1 place I go to source. So we have a thing called LinkedIn Recruiter, right? So that's like the back end side, and I can search by location, keywords, skill sets, years of experience, university, they're endless, right? So anything that you're putting on your profile, I can search, and it's either going to bring you into my search or remove you. So the more information you guys can be putting on LinkedIn, the more likely you are to be found on LinkedIn as well.
And if you want an idea of how effective that is, a LinkedIn recruiter, if any of you sort of had a sales navigator license or something to allow you to send messages, recruiter licenses are between $600 and $700 a month for one person, and they generally don't do much discounting. So if you've got a big recruitment company with 100 people, you're paying 100 times that. So if there's that kind of value being put on it, that's why they're going to make use of that tool. So, all right, good. Have you found some ways that job seekers don't prepare very well for interviews?
Of course. There's some people that are very prepared and some that are not. Where to start? So, in general, we'll say with a recruiter screen, right? That's how you're going to get your foot in the door and get that opportunity to talk with the hiring manager. Do your research on the company. Whenever I'm talking to hiring managers in that intake meeting, I ask them, are there any questions you want me to screen them on, other than just the basic qualifications? Because really that's the purpose of the call for the recruiter is, hey, do you meet, are you crazy? You're a normal person? Okay, let's proceed, right? So I'll always ask, is there anything else? And if it's a leadership role, they might say, ask them their leadership style, right? How do they lead their teams? Or how many direct reports have they had? If it's like a data engineer, right, and they're a really close-knit team and they work really well together, like that teamwork's going to be important. So they might ask me to kind of dive into their teamwork and how they like working with others. So being prepared to talk about your experience, but more importantly about the company and the role, and show that you actually read the job description and what it entails. And also be prepared to ask questions. If as a recruiter, it's my job to make sure you don't really have any questions, and I'm setting expectations. So I love when they are like, oh, well, you answered all my questions. I actually don't have any. I'm like, cool, I did my job. But be prepared with questions as easy as, why do you like working for the company? Cool, I can always talk about that, and it's going to give me the opportunity to get you excited about the position. Or what's the culture like? Or what's the hiring manager like? What's their leadership style? How do they work? You can come up with a list of 50 questions if you really wanted. So when people tell me they don't have any questions, I automatically think you're not actually interested or really care about this role. And I get the same feedback from my hiring managers. If a candidate doesn't ask questions at the end, they're like, I don't think they really care about this opportunity. They didn't ask me anything. I'm like, okay. Another thing with preparation, I know Zoom, video calls or video interviews are really, really big. I always get feedback like, oh, they were sitting in their car on their phone. I'm like, oh, that stinks. They really didn't take the time to prepare, find a quiet space so that there were no distractions. So it's all the things, right? It's how you're talking, how you're preparing for it, but also your setting. What are you wearing? Everything you're doing is showing the person how much you care about the role. And then that smiling is important, right? You want to smile. It makes them smile. And I think that's it. I'll hand it over.
Okay. I hope I remember everything. A couple things. Just a side point. There are people who work in specific work locations where going to the car is the only choice they have. There's also situations where they can't get on camera. I coach my managers to understand that it might be because of the limitations within their work environment, and or they should be, if they're not comfortable getting on camera. This is super controversial opinion via Kirsten. Do not judge. What could you possibly, as a hiring manager, ascertain from physically seeing someone? In my opinion, no bona fide occupational qualification can be measured by what you look like. If you're not comfortable, that's okay with me. And I coach my managers to get over it. That's just me. And plus, I literally have people who work for customers where the best they can do is take a train to a shuttle, to a car, to a parking lot to talk for 5 minutes on their phone, and that's the best they can do. I just wanted to make that, I do understand that that's a thing. And I'm highly supportive of the neurodivergent community as well, that may very well just need it to be a certain kind of way for them, and you should accommodate that. Managers should accommodate that. Sorry, I just got a little emotional about that. So I got
Can I ask a question?
Of course.
Would you agree, though, that as the candidate, it's your job to set that expectation, right? So, if a candidate ever said, hey, I don't feel comfortable being on camera, I'd say, okay, cool. Thank you for letting me know. I'll let the hiring manager know, and we'd continue in that process. Absolutely. But I think if you were to just it's setting expectations, I guess, right? And presenting yourself the right way.
Yeah, it goes both ways, right? So she as the recruiter or you as the candidate are going to let each other know so that no bad assumptions are made, right? Yeah. Just let each other know. It's a personal situation. Let each other know. I love that Lauren talked about questions. Questions are important. I think that you, the candidate, should take that opportunity, and we'll talk about this more at 2 o'clock, but take that opportunity when you are offered questions to turn the conversation into a personal conversation that you're having. This may be the most important revealing part of all the interviews that take place, particularly with the managers more than the recruiters. This is when you're going to say, what have you learned? Why did you choose to work here? And also, especially important, I heard someone say something with regard to managers. It's not their job to promote people. I personally believe, and I learned this in going into a manager role and then an executive role, that my most important job is to promote the people under me. Literally nothing else matters. and you got to give me one quick second. I'm sorry, timer guy. There was a time when I rolled in and I was trying to impress my boss, and we were looking for I don't know, we were looking for an elastic engineer. We were looking for something nobody could find. And my team couldn't do it. Sorry, buddy. And I walked in, and I was like, "Guess who found an elastic engineer?" And he goes, and I thought he was going to go, "You are so amazing." And he goes, "That's not your job." I was like, "Damn." But it isn't my job. It is not the manager's job ever to take credit for anything. And their greatest responsibility all the way up the chain is to lift up their team. So ask those people on the hiring team who they have promoted and what opportunities they have created. That's very important for you as a candidate to figure out, can I grow in this place, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. That's good management, and hopefully you rely on the fact that good managers see that about you, right? They see that the people below you are doing really well, and they don't think it's that they're doing amazingly well, it's that you're managing that process really well. So yeah, I absolutely agree. And the other thing I would say is you can only control yourselves. Right? So if you're a hiring manager, you can't control whether the candidate turns the camera on or not, right? So you have to deal with your feelings, right? How do I feel about this? And likewise, if you're a candidate, you can't control how the manager is going to feel about you having your camera on and off. So manage the process yourself. So we set things up when we have conversations with our candidates, we'll prepare them for the interview, and part of that will be, right, are you comfortable being on a video call? If you wish to have your camera off, ideally we know that in advance, we can tell the client that, but also we like our candidates to approach the subject. Oh, just so you know, I'm doing this, or I couldn't get any time off work, so I've come out in my lunch break. Right. Oh wow, it turns from this person couldn't make the effort to find somewhere, in an office or something, to wow, this person's going to spend the whole of their lunch break talking to me instead of going and getting a sandwich. Right, so you can control that narrative, but you can only control what you can control. So, right, you've got to do
worked in
whatever
a
you
skip,
do.
or you haven't, man. But if you have, you understand.
Yeah, just communicate it. Is that what you were saying? Sorry.
Yeah, I just interrupted you.
That's okay. It's all right. We've known each other for a long time. We do that. So 2 minutes left, which means we've got 2 minutes for questions. Does anybody have questions, please? Okay. So this gentleman was asking about bullet points on a resume. What works better? Lauren, Kirsten?
For bullet points, yes. Have your bullet points. Explain what you've been doing, the impact you've made. I always say, if it's we'll say like a waiter, right? Don't put in your bullet points exactly what you do, because I know what a waiter does already. Most people know, right? They're greeting customers, seating people, things like that. So write what I don't know about you and what you did. Use those bullets to your advantage and put like those achievements, right? The impacts that you've made. But yeah, I always say also most prevalent, right? Like whatever job you have that's most prevalent, do more bullets in those areas. If it's not as relevant to the position you're applying for, keep it like at 3.
Can you repeat the question real quick?
What is your feelings on bullet points versus like putting words and commas to save space on it?
I think, like Lauren said, remember, if you're customizing it per the job, you're comparing it to what's being required, and you're kind of doing a matching game between what's required in the job description and what you want to make sure that you highlight. And then another really important point that Chris made, as you start to get to the point where it's too many pages, hope we never get to 17 or 55. But that's when you, like, if you're old as dirt like me, I get, if it was over 20 years ago, all I do is list a date range. Like these things, I even have a section on my resume that says consulted, and I don't even list all the companies I consulted with, So you're going to talk about the things that are most relevant and, as she stated, and most recent.
Yeah.
What is the panel's opinion on, like you said previously, that you want your resume, like you only want to apply for jobs that you are qualified for? How does the panel feel about that when I have heard a lot of people, including recruiters, say, if you meet like 60% of what's on the job description, just go ahead and apply?
I'll take that. There are some things that we don't have flexibility with. So customer XYZ says these are the requirements, they have to have this certification or they don't. This is the part where the recruiter is going to notice that you're close, have a conversation with you, and be able to speak on your behalf and say things like, in the process of obtaining Security Plus, which is a requirement. In fact, there are moments in the negotiation process where you have been deemed capable of the skills, but you don't have the certification that the customer requires, and your offer could then say, offer, contingent upon obtaining such and thus a certification within a certain period of time, and the organization will help you with that. So it's going to come down to the conversation, the intake that, you're talking to Lauren and she says, and she'll let the hiring manager know too, because she's working on your behalf. She's going to say, although James does not yet have this thing that is required, he's taking his boot camp to get the thing. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and you can also put alternatives. So if you've got a job description that says it's desirable to have somebody with Splunk, you might want to put, well, I've not used Splunk, but I've used ArcSight, or I've got 4 years experience with another SIM, something like that, so that shows, okay, it's probably not going to take too long for you to pick this up. Now there may be other ones that say you absolutely must have Splunk. In that case, you can still apply it, but you just have to understand that that might be a definitive. Like, we have one customer that has a really complex Splunk integration, and it's too much of a jump for people to come if they've got no experience of it at all. And so for them, it's like a hard yes or no, right? If you've got it, then we'll consider. If you haven't, you haven't. So yeah, I would say you can absolutely apply, but just manage your own expectations. I think people get upset that they're like, well, I had 70% of what was on there, but you had the 70% that was desirable and not the essential.
This is also your chance to do that LinkedIn note thing, or a cover letter, or a cover, paragraph that says, notice that I don't have this, working on that, or I have this equivalent thing, right? Especially if it's a note to the recruiter. As a recruiter, would you agree if somebody, this is your opportunity to say, please note, I don't have this thing, I'm aware. So it doesn't look like you weren't paying attention. I'm aware that you need this. Here's why we should have a conversation.
And we will try and read all of them. It's like, we get a lot of messages. So again, if you don't get the answer the first time, don't give up. Try 2 or 3 times. Things slip through gaps easily. I think one last question.
I've noticed in you guys you've talked a lot about resumes and the recruiting process and whatnot. One thing that wasn't specifically addressed very much was compensation. And I know nobody likes to talk about money, but where do you talk about money in this process, and how do you all like to breach that subject?
I think this is more common now, especially in the US, but first step, right? So I don't want to waste my time as a recruiter and put you through the end, right? If you go through 3 phases, we've had 4 weeks of interviewing, and then I go to give you an offer and I offer you 100,000 and you wanted 150, like, what were we doing, right? So for me, I'm like, the second I get a chance to talk to you, I'm going to check your expectations. Sometimes I'll even just send an email and say, hey, this is our range. Does this meet? Yes, it does. Okay, let's now set up a call, because sometimes even it's a waste of my time to sit and set up a call, chat for 10 minutes, and then find out. It just depends on the recruiter, though, and their volume. Like, sometimes I have 20 positions. I'm talking to 40 candidates, 50 candidates a week. An email's easier to check that, but it should be in the very beginning of your process.
So I know Drake's going to talk about negotiation. There's a lot of things to keep in mind. It doesn't come down just to a number. There's a lot of other things to keep in mind with the benefits, with the training and so forth, that I want you to keep flexible with that, right? There's also, and I'm not going to get it right, there's some kind of new legislation where companies are supposed to put the salary ranges on the job description. However, be leery of that, and here's what I'm saying. They're never going to put a salary amount on there that they're not willing to pay. However, what they put on there, I hope I say this right, it might not even come close to what you can negotiate. okay?
Oh.
Not on purpose. They're not being shady. They're not being weird, but they might. I really think it's state bound.
It's how the system is even set up. So like for Aristocrat, when I enter in like a specific what we call like a job profile associated with the job, right? It's going to come up with a range. We'll say like literally 80,000 to 150,000, and then on top of that, when it gets posted externally for you to see as a candidate, it's also including the bonus, and we do an annual bonus. So a candidate will, like when you apply for Aristocrat, we actually ask like what are your salary expectations, so I know even before I talk to you. A lot of the times it's like $20,000 higher, and when I talk to the candidate, they're like, oh, I just thought this job paid more, and then I have to explain it, right? So like I hate our system because it does that, and it is misleading to candidates. So just keep that in mind. But yes, it's going to be, usually if you see a range, the lower to like mid-range.
I think it's called the Transparency Act or something, but it is, okay, Pay Transparency Act, got it. Okay, you're supposed to mouth the answers to me when I can't think, but Pay Transparency Act is the companies have to give you, and it's location based.
Yeah, like Colorado,
okay, right,
Boston,
yeah, it's location based.
California.
I'm trying to tell you not to be afraid. In my experience, the range is never going to be higher than what you can expect, but sometimes it's lower because it's not taking into a lot of factors to include if the job posting is tied to whatever location you had to put into your applicant tracking system, but it could be Colorado Springs, but we'll let somebody from New York do it remotely. That's something you're only going to find out when you have the conversation with the recruiter. Plus, it's not including, in our case, sign-on bonuses, of up to $20,000. Holy crap, that's not in the range because it's tied to the location. It's automated. We don't even get to decide what we're putting in there. So if you look at it and it even comes close, start having the conversation. Everything's negotiable.
Yeah, and just I guess to sort of tie it off, obviously I work across multiple clients that do compensation in way different, from startups that give you equity to companies that don't do bonuses and just bases. Like there are different ways of doing it. Now, there's a good explanation. Recruiters aren't human resources people. We're very different. A lot of people think that we're HR people. We're not. We might form part of the HR team, but we're not HR people. So I don't know the legal rules and regulations around that stuff. But
he's the boss. He doesn't care.
We just do what we're told.
I can say whatever. Yeah. But what I will say is some companies include bonuses in those numbers. Some don't. As Kirsten already said, some companies are giving it a wide range where, if you're in San Francisco, you'll may be able to get the top of the range. Whereas, if you're somewhere else, you may be able to get lower. Now, I'm saying that not because I'm not judging whether you can do the job or not, right? You should all get paid the same. That's not my point. My point with it really is that if you go in and you see that advertised, and you think, like a lot of people do, let's not leave any money on the table. Right, it can go up to $152,300. Oh, guess what I'm going to put? I'm looking for $152,300, right? And the truth is that they could look at where you are, they could look at other factors, and you might actually get rejected and never get a chance to get a phone call. So just be aware of that. If you're automatically going to put yourself at the top, and don't get me wrong, if you were looking for 170 but you take that, then put yourself at the top. But if you're looking for somewhere in between, work it out, be honest with you, and as you go through the process, you might be able to negotiate a bit more on where you're at.
You said something very important that I want to kind of just highlight. You're thinking about the cost of benefits, and you're thinking about the 401k matching, and you're thinking about the training budgets, and whether or not they're going to send you to BSides and pay for it, and stuff like that all matters. But you mentioned equity. Our company has a thing where you can get a discount on purchasing stocks. That's huge. Depending on where you are in your life journey, you care more about things like that. There's companies that have ESOPs and ESPPs. That's also very important, and people need to keep that in mind too. So there's things that are bigger. There's sign-on bonuses. There's shares. There's a lot of different benefits. Make sure you're having that conversation too. So the salary amount, good question. It's just that's just a starting point, right?
Yeah. Get it in early, and if you want to soften up that talking about, which some people feel it's easier to soften it up a bit, just going direct in, right, and how much is this paying, and I'm looking for this, sometimes can feel a bit aggressive. So it's not aggressive, it's something that you have to do. you can practice soften it up. So it might be like I'm really driven by this job because I've always wanted to work for Accenture Federal Services, right? I'm a really big fan of Buffalo, the casino game. I want to work for Aristocrat, right? So you can soften it up by giving them reasons other than money that you want to work there, but then go into it because it's one of the key things. So there are ways you can soften it up, but make sure you have the question early, because as much as it might waste our time or the hiring manager's time, it wastes your time. You could be interviewing somewhere else that is going to pay you what you want. So just bear that in mind.
And you know how you phrase your answer? Start with these words. Here's the other offers I'm seeing.
There we go.
Then.
You're a star. Thank
Free.
you. Go on. Sorry, go on. Do you have more time?
No, I was
Sorry.
just going to make a joke about myself. No, we're good.
We should do it.
You should do it.
So we've got Drake on at 2. He's going to talk about recruitment-related stuff. You should definitely come back and see that. Hey, you should definitely hang about until 2 o'clock. Who needs lunch? All right? Just hang out. That'd be amazing. If anybody's going to DEF CON, I've had the pleasure of talking at Village once, but somebody on this stage is going to be talking on the main stage.
Not me.
Don't heckle me, please. I'm so nervous.
Thank you very much, Kirsten. Thank you very much, Lauren. You're both absolute stars. I appreciate your time.
Good afternoon and welcome. So my talk I'm giving today is pen testing experience and how to get it. So I'm Philip Wiley. I have my CISSP, OSCP, and GWPT certifications. I'm a security solutions specialist and evangelist at Sci. I've been working in offensive security for over 10 years. Spent 5 years in consulting, worked as an internal pen tester, led a red team for a global consumer product company. I've worked as an instructor. I used to teach at Dallas College. I taught pen testing, web app pen testing there. And I'm also the concept creator and co-author of the Pen Tester Blueprint, which is based on my college lecture from Dallas College, which I gave at the beginning of each semester, telling my students about pen testing and what it took to get into pen testing. And so by the end of 2018, it turned into a conference talk, and I presented that at BSides DFW in Dallas, Texas. And it was really kind of cool because when I gave that talk, there were some people from our community. I offered my class as continuing ed and credited because I knew there's a lot of people in the community that wanted to learn to pen test, but they didn't want to have to worry about transferring credits, taking all these prerequisites to get in to the course. So really had some really cool people from the industry. So when I gave that talk at BSides DFW in 2018, some of you may have heard of Juno from InfoSec Twitter. She works for Bishop Fox. She was one of my students, so she sat in on that talk. I knew her from the community, but I recently found out like last year, this year, that's what motivated her to become a pen tester. So she ended up taking my class the next semester. One of my best all-time students, a total rock star. She's part of Cult of the Dead Cow now and doing some really cool stuff in the pen testing world. One of my favorite moments was when I was the red team lead at the global consumer products manufacturing company. I had a pen test done. So we did all of the network pen testing and red teaming, but we outsourced the web app pen testing. We had different consulting companies do that. So on one of those pen tests, I had Juno and another former student, one of my very first students, were on that pen test. They were working for the consulting company. So to see the email come across, them getting ready to start the testing, was kind of a proud teacher moment to see my students go on to be pen testers. And kind of a cool fact, most of the people that went through my class that got jobs were mainly women that actually got pen testing roles. So there's quite a few in that class that went into pen testing or went into it years later. I had another student that was taking my class, another one of the rock stars like Juno that was a junior in high school, and he was taking college classes, so he took my pen testing course, and now he works at 1Password in security research there. He helped create one of the some of the technologies for the key exchange for their app. So it's a lot of fun, and I really love mentoring and teaching. I kind of learned in 2018, I've always been very competitive, always trying to be the best pen tester I could be, but in all honesty, I never thought I was the best. I tried to be really good, and then in 2018, I decided to focus on mentoring, teaching, and helping others. So it's been a good change. It's something I'm a lot better at, and at the time when I started that, I thought, the world needs lots of teachers and mentors, and so it's been a fun journey. I've got to meet a lot of people through that. It's been very fulfilling. So I'm also a podcaster, so I have a former podcast called The Hacker Factory. There's 118 episodes out there on the podcast platforms, but recently went independent with the Philip Wiley Show. Similar format, but I'm also doing video now. Before it was mainly just geared towards people's stories and advice and getting the industry. But I have different people sharing technologies, and we get into some discussions about content creation, because you'll see in this presentation later on, one of the things I highly recommend when you're trying to break into the industry is content creation. So that's a good way to get noticed, recognized, information that you can go beyond your competitors that are applying for that pen testing role, to show them some of the things you do that are above and beyond what that role entails. So I always like to share my story of how I got into offensive security, and part of this is to motivate and encourage other people. So when I graduated high school, I didn't know what I wanted to do with my career. I didn't take high school seriously. I love science, so science was the one class that I would take. I didn't have to study for the exams because I took notes, paid attention, loved it. When I was a kid, I was always checking out science books instead of novels and so forth and fiction. So that's what I was really into. When I graduated high school, I didn't take it serious enough, so my grade point average was too low based on my college entrance exam scores. I could have got like 8 references from teachers and got into the school, but I just really wasn't into it, really didn't know what I wanted to do. So being a powerlifter at that time, still a powerlifter, but back then my classmates told me, say, why don't you be a pro wrestler? Because where I lived was a big wrestling area in the Dallas-Fort Worth areas, because the Von Erichs were very popular there. So I went to wrestling school, and so I got married and I had to have a job that had benefits, because as a pro wrestler, you don't have life insurance or health insurance. If you get injured, that's out of your pocket. And I wasn't, when you start out, they refer to you as a jobber or a job boy. So I was paid to lose. I was paid to make the superstars look good. I mean, some of the people I wrestled were like Mick Foley, the Rock and Roll Express, the Fabulous Freebirds, some of the Rock, Dwayne Johnson's cousins wrestled as the Samoan SWAT team. And so I had to change jobs. And so I worked in retail sales, tried to go into the military, but for health reasons, I couldn't get in. When I was 15, my brother accidentally shot me. So since I had a bullet in my body, the military wouldn't take me. Either one branch wouldn't take me because of the bullet, or other branches wouldn't take me because I was a powerlifter and I was too heavy. So I gave up on that. So I tried retail sales, which was probably one of the things I enjoyed the most, because working with people. But then I also tried construction, which I absolutely hated. Roofed houses, put up fences. And for me, I've got to have a job that I enjoy. I mean, because my first year out of high school, I had 20 jobs my first year, and that's because none of those jobs I liked. So I had to find something I was passionate about. So one day I was home. At this time I was working as a jewelry salesperson at this jewelry store, and I was always like the top salesperson, either number 1 or number 2. The family that hired me on to work in this store wanted me to be eventually an assistant manager, move into management. But the guy that was the manager of the store had someone else that he had considered for that role, and they were highly qualified and deserved the job just as much as I do, and I understand that. But what I decided is I needed to acquire a skill where I could get a good job regardless of politics. You're going to have politics everywhere you go, or sometimes not even politics. It's just someone thinks this person is another candidate. Doesn't mean it's right or wrong. So I knew I had to acquire these skills. So since I was working jobs where I was home during the day, one day on daytime television, they were advertising this trade school that taught CAD drafting. So I liked drawing when I was younger. I took some drafting classes in high school. So I decided to give that a shot. So when I became a CAD drafter, I was exposed to the world of IT. When I went into CAD drafting, I had minimal to no computer skills, probably the worst of my class. By the time I got out of CAD school, got into the field doing drafting, my computer skills surpassed my peers. I would find just different features in the latest version of AutoCAD that my peers that have been drafting longer than me didn't pick up. Windows 95 was fairly new. I was able to get like Windows 95 printing to work with the Novell network, whereas one of the IT people there, which actually was an accountant that did IT because the main IT staff was 2 hours away, he couldn't figure it out, and I did. And it was funny, the first time I ever got called a hacker was because I was working on these systems, but I was trying to get things to work, and I was successful. So I decided, because the company had, one of the previous companies I worked at, they had a consulting company come in, and so as a drafter, I was making $15 an hour. We were being billed out at $30 an hour. So this consultant coming in, billing $15 an hour, so I knew he was making more money than what I was, and it looked a lot more interesting. So I taught myself how to build computers, took a Novell network course, And so I worked as a sysadmin for 6 years. And then in January 2004, I moved into InfoSec. And then about a year and a half later, the company hired a new CISO. This CISO came in, had a better idea of the way security organizations should be run and set up. So fortunately, I got put in the AppSec team. And being on the AppSec team, I got to find out about pen testing. I was managing third-party pen tests. I was performing vulnerability scans with WebInspect and AppScan. And so I really got interested in that. So in 2012, I got laid off from my job, and I applied for a role at Verizon as a pen tester, consulting as a pen tester. And one of the things that helped me on that was I had vulnerability scanning experience, some security experience in AppSec, but what really won over the hiring manager is I was self-taught on a lot of things. He was a person that believed in building, not so much learning the hacking stuff. If you know how it works, then it's going to be easier to hack into it or secure it. So from that, he took a chance on me, so I went to work there, spent about 5 years as a consultant, got tired of all the travel, and then moved internally. So if you ever get the chance to do consulting, that's a really good way to get a lot of experience pretty quickly. So as an internal resource for a bank I used to work for, we got 4 weeks to do a pen test, whereas a consultant, we only got 1 week. So you had to do things quicker. So you're doing so many more pen tests, so many different variety of pen tests, all these different environments, because it's not always the same company. So you're able to pick up a lot of experience quickly. So I went into the internal side, also worked as a red team lead for a global consumer product company. And so that's kind of where I got started. And I like to share the story because, you know, you hear of imposter syndrome or lack of confidence. I never thought I would be using my mind for a living. I always thought it'd be the physical because of the pro wrestling. You know, I used to be a pro wrestler, and back in my pro wrestling days, I actually wrestled a 750-pound bear. So I never thought I would do that. And so I like to do, one of the things I like to do is encourage people. And that's one of the purposes of my podcast. A lot of times people just need to realize that they can do it. When you think, a good analogy is a sports analogy. You look at any records, Olympic records, running records, distance and time or whatever, or even weightlifting competitions, any kind of sport. Sometimes those records stay there for a very long time, but once someone breaks that record, you notice how all of a sudden it starts getting broken easier? It's because someone proved it could be done. It wasn't because people couldn't do it. It's being proven that it could be done. So that's kind of the purpose of my podcast. And one of the things I hope you take away from this talk is you can do anything you want to. You just have to put your heart into it. If it's something you're passionate about, you put the work in, you will succeed. So kind of just to briefly go over what pen testing is. So it's assessing security from an adversarial perspective using hacker tools and techniques, also sometimes referred to as ethical hacking, but truly ethical hacking is really the hacking part of the pen test. So you can do ethical hacking, not necessarily do a pen test. But this is some of the terminology that you'll hear. So there's different tools that you need to get experience with. And then also too, you may hear about red teaming and pen testing. There is a distinct difference because real true red teaming is adversary emulation. So you're going in trying to find a foothold in. Sometimes it requires social engineering or phishing, sending a phishing email to gain a foothold in. So you're looking at one way in, you're trying to go undetected, you try to maintain access, so you're trying to emulate a real world threat actor. So sometimes you'll actually be using some of the things you see on MITRE. You look at some of the APTs and you emulate that. So one of the things you could do is look at popular APTs that affect your industry and base your attacks off of that. With pen testing, you're trying to find every vulnerability that's exploitable and make sure you validate that they're vulnerable and then try to exploit them and exploit anything that be exploited to make sure you know what can be done. If it's exploited, anything during post-exploitation, but they're both important. So you really want to start out with the pen testing, and as you mature, add in adversary emulation, because you can get really secure, but maybe you're easily social engineered or phished. Because some of the phishing tools out there, companies are using less pen testers to do it. They just get some package that sends out these random phishing emails. And what those do, they check for clicks. They're not really seeing what happens if someone clicks on that link. You really need to see what happens past that. Can someone get initial access into the organization? You know, sometimes it may be really secure, but if someone with the right access clicks on it, then they can get access to the environment. So they're very important. So with the pen testing, you're making sure you're finding all the vulnerabilities, trying to exploit those and document that. With the adversary emulation, then you're just trying to see if you could emulate a breach. You're also testing to see if the defenders are able to detect and protect against this. Is the technology protecting against this? So someone clicks on that email are they able to gain access? So you're also testing the security. And one of the quotes I like to share with red teaming is the founder of Dallas Hackers Association, Wirefall. His description of red teaming in his very simplistic form is the red team tests the blue team. So that's a really good thing to keep in perspective for that. So some tools that you need to get experience with to be a pen tester is vulnerability scanners. So mind you still want to learn how to manually test for vulnerabilities, but you also want to use vulnerability scanners. So you got network scanners, Nessus, Nexpose, Qualys is another one not listed there, OpenVAS, and Nuclei are free and open source vulnerability scanners. But one of the things with the vulnerability scanners is as a pen tester, you're so limited with time. So you need to be able to do things quicker. At one time there weren't vulnerability scanners, and what vulnerability scanners have done is help pen testers scale their work. And that's one of the things too that I see coming with AI. I'm really looking forward to some of the tools that AI produces because you look at tools like Metasploit trying to obfuscate your payloads. I can just imagine what, you can do things with ChatGPT to do that, but I see some of the next generation tools making that even easier. So for your web app vulnerability scanners, WebInspect, AppScan, Acunetics, NetSparker, Nikto, and Nuclei. And so there's also vulnerability scanning capabilities in the commercial version of Burp Suite, the professional version. And then also OWASP Zap does some vulnerability scanning. So you need to learn operating systems for pen testing. And also this is a dual purpose. So you need to understand Linux and Windows because most of the environments you're going to encounter will be Windows, Linux, or Mac OS. So understanding how to use those is going to be very helpful. If you get command on access, also referred to as a shell, to a system, if you know the operating system and how it works, you're going to be able to do a better job because if you have to Google everything, it's going to take you a long time. So understanding pen testing operating systems such as Kali, Linux, and Windows is going to help you do a quicker job. So you don't want to have to do all the Google searches to try to find that. So having that as a sysadmin level, so you're able to connect to the network, able to understand basic TCP/IP networking and so forth. And so other pen testing tools like Nmap is a very popular one. It's a port and service scanner. There's a lot of really good plugins for Nmap that you can actually function as a vulnerability scanner. Sometimes when the latest vulnerabilities come out, they create a script to look for that. So like Log4j came out, they came out with a NSE script that you could quickly test everything in your environment to see if it's vulnerable. And so Metasploit is an exploit framework. So most of the exploit frameworks don't have a free version, but Metasploit is a really good one. So understanding how to use these tools, and then web app pen testing tools like Burp Suite, Zap, and then the web app vulnerability scanners, as we mentioned earlier in this slide, and also fuzzers, learning how to use these. So when you're learning how to use these tools, when you're going through a job interview, you're able to discuss that, because someone may ask if you have experience with Burp Suite. Maybe you don't have it professionally, but maybe you've done bug bounty, which that would be professionally, or if you've done a lab environment, if you're able to answer the questions for that, a lot of times that's good enough. So the skills you need is networking, operating systems as mentioned. You need to know that as a sysadmin level, hacking and pen testing. So when I got into pen testing, this is the piece that I didn't have. I didn't have the hacking piece. I didn't know how to hack, so I took the OSCP certification. So reverse engineering is another important one too. So I've seen cases where I've done pen tests for companies and went in and found like a Java jar file and is able to reverse engineer it. And sometimes they have hard-coded credentials in there, like database connections, username and password, and sometimes this is a way to get in the system. So being able to reverse engineer is a good thing. And this doesn't take a ton of effort. It's not as intimidating as this sounds. Also, you can find some good stuff in like APK files for Android apps. Sometimes you may find this on a website. Sometimes you'll find APIs in that. So a tip that I hear from a lot of bug bounty hunters is to look for those APKs, reverse engineer it, to look for any kind of APIs that are in there. And as far as getting the skills, it depends on what you're wanting to do. So if you have an application background, then application pen testing may be a good route to go. And so this is going to kind of determine the skills you need, what area you're wanting to pen test. If you have like an ICS, IoT background, then that's going to be valuable. Then understanding that and learning how to pen test those environments. So you need to get the hands-on experience, and what we're going to cover in this presentation is just actually environments that you can use for educational reasons that help you gain those skills. So mind you, even if it's a lab environment, you write up Hack the Box or Try Hack Me Box. You do a write-up on it, do a walkthrough of it. You're able to prove that you're able to use these pen testing tools and that you know how to pen test. And even though you don't have the professional experience, if you can demonstrate that, that goes a long way, because you take some people coming in, may have like a CEH or Pentest Plus, but they really don't know the hacking piece of it. If you're able to able to show people, demonstrate that, then that's going to help. So some good options there are CTFs. You hear some people that put down the OSCP saying it's CTF-like, but the thing about CTFs are not easy. Sometimes they're not real-world scenarios. It could be something more difficult, like going through the OSCP. It could be more difficult than what you would see real-world. But doing Hack the Box, Try Hack Me, and then creating your own lab using vulnerable VMs is a good way to get experience. And so getting that experience, you're able to prove to an employer you know how to perform a pen test. You're able to answer questions during that job interview. And so to get real-world experience in professional environments, stuff like bug bounties are great. Crowdsourced pen testing, these are even better options. So like bug bounties, you're paid per bug you find. And one of the things I like to describe there, if you really get good at bug bounty and stuff like that, you're going to be a better pen tester, because as a pen tester, you're paid for the pen test. If you don't find any vulnerabilities, you still get paid. With a bug hunter, it's like someone that fishes to feed themselves or fishes for game. If you're going out there just doing it for fun, if you don't catch a fish, you're still going to eat that night. But if that's the way you have to feed yourself, you're going to get better at it. You're going to try harder. So these are good ways to learn. And some of the best pen tester I've seen do bug bounties. BugCrowd, HackerOne, and Synac do bug bounties. But then you have some pen test as a service, and these are ones I really highly recommend, like Cobalt. So Cobalt is nice because you get paid for the pen test. Last time I heard, it was like $1,500 per pen test. I don't know, we got an expert here, and she validates that that's true. So this is kind of a better option, in my opinion. Once you get those skills down, you learn how to do a pen test, you pass their skills evaluation, then you're on their platform and you're able to pen test. So you're able to get real world experience. So once you get that real world experience, it's going to help you to get a role as a pen tester, opposed to not having the experience. And sometimes these are easier barriers to entry. Even like Synac has an online challenge you go through. If you got certain certifications, it bumps you up in the interview process. So these are good places to start. And like BugCrowd and HackerOne doesn't require that you have experience. You just sign up for their platforms and you start off right away. So it's a good way to get practice, but don't get discouraged if you find duplicates, because you find duplicates, that means you're still finding vulnerabilities. So if you're performing a pen test on your own, then you're actually finding actual vulnerabilities. And you can also do pro bono or low-cost pen testing for nonprofits or business. A mom and pop business that needs some security work. Maybe you're able to do one for free, a pen test for them for free. Either that or low cost. So if you're doing it at a low cost, you're getting professional experience. You're actually paid to do it. So there's something there. Maybe it's not that much, but still you're getting something for it. And as you get the experience and build that up, you could actually have your own consulting company, and then maybe you get into where you're getting jobs that are paying a decent price. But the pro bono work works really well too, because you can find churches, different religious organizations, nonprofits that could use a pen test, and you're able to do that for them. And another thing you're doing there when you're doing the pro bono stuff, the security community, people that are involved in the industry, they like to see volunteering and helping out. So that's good to have on your resume. And another one I really like to emphasize too, as far as trying to get experience, is getting common vulnerabilities and exposures, CVEs. So this is one of the things that I see more value in over a certification. Although if you go through the OSCP, it's tough and that proves that you can do a pen test. But finding CVEs, you're able to find vulnerabilities that didn't previously exist, which even a vulnerability scanner doesn't find that. So you're able to find CVEs, which is basically kind of like a 0-day because no one's discovered it yet, and you're able to document this on your resume or your LinkedIn profile. So really what brought my attention to that is the mayor also goes under the, Joe Helly calls himself the mayor. He did a Medium article on one night he was bored and found 2 CVEs. So basically he was downloading free and open source software for like hotel registration systems, installed it on his home server, did a pen test against it, found vulnerabilities wrote it up, submitted it, and he got CVEs. And so you can put this on your resume or your LinkedIn profiles, and that's going to help you get that job. You're able actually to find vulnerabilities, and these are more difficult to find than running a vulnerability scanner and finding stuff that exists. So that's, in my opinion, that's a lot better. So CVEs is basically a database that's kept by like MITRE, that they keep all these CVE numbers when these CVEs are detected. So what you can do with these is you can go in there, take that CVE number, put it on the publications section of your LinkedIn profile, so that way people don't have to just trust you that you got this CVE. They can click on that link, they go to the vendor site, and they see the CVE, the details of the CVE, and your name associated with it. So some really good articles on that. Bobby Cook has a article on his blog that's called Beginner's Guide to Zero-Day and CVE AppSec Research. So Bobby was going through the OSWE certification through Offensive Security. It's an advanced web app pen testing certification. So to prep for that, he was doing some looking for CVEs. And then Joe Helly has his article that his board one night found 2 CVEs. So if you go to his Medium page, you can find multiple articles. So since he did that, he's done several past that. He does a conference talk on that topic, but I think that's a really good way that people overlook. I mean, I'm a pen tester. I've done pen testing for over 10 years, and I don't have any CVEs to my name. But I think to me, I would be more impressed with someone with CVEs than a certification. So demonstrating the skills. So you've been going through getting this experience, so how are you going to demonstrate that? So if writing is your thing, do write-ups. You could do articles, blog posts on GitHub, Medium, or your own blog. And these are things that you can put on your resume, put on your LinkedIn profile, so people can go through. If they're looking through your profile, they can see some more in-depth information than just, I've got this certification, I did this or that. You're able to, kind of show people write-ups. So if you find a hack the box that you did were able to solve, you can do a write-up on that, or and keep in mind the different platforms, because like Try Hack Me, there's certain boxes they don't want you to reveal the answers to. So be careful what you're doing that. So you write this up, you can create sample pen test reports. And that way people can see that you can write a pen test report, see the way you think, detail that really well. And also if you are writing scripts, that you could put that on your GitHub too as well. And as far as trying to demonstrate those skills, if writing is more of your thing, then gravitate towards that. And the CVE IDs is mentioned. You can put that on your resume or LinkedIn profile. And also tool techniques and walkthroughs on YouTube. So if you like video, then do video walkthroughs. If you don't want your face seen online, you don't have to turn the camera on, just show the screen. So I'd recommend find the platform you're comfortable with, because content creation is a great way to get experience and get exposure. We're kind of living in what I would call the golden age of content creation for cybersecurity professionals. I've seen a lot of cybersecurity professionals that have started their career based on they were studying and they were creating videos to kind of show what they were learning in their journey to share with others. And so a hiring manager can see those videos and see your thought process and see your hands-on skills and see some proof of that. So also like scripts or programs that you write that you can put on GitHub. So as far as the content creation, find an area that you're comfortable with. Speaking at conferences are another thing. Speaking at meetup groups. There was a recent college grad at our DC 214 meeting in Dallas that had just completed their degree. They were doing like a talk on malware analysis, and there was a hiring manager from Citibank in the audience, saw that demo, asked for a resume. They basically already had a technical interview. They could vouch for their skills, and so they got an interview with the company and then end up getting a job. So going to these conferences and speaking, doing demos of the stuff is a way to show people not only your technical skills, but your soft skills. A lot of cases you're going to work for a company, you may be presenting to clients, or if you're a pen tester, then you do the debriefing meetings where you read the pen test report. So be able to do this stuff is helpful. So you can do video content creation, streaming, YouTube or Instagram, writing, speaking at conferences and cybersecurity meetings. And so professional networking. So this is probably one of the biggest things there. Most of the jobs I got in cybersecurity since 2012, my first job was actually applying for a job, but I think I've only actually applied for jobs that I wasn't recommended for, or people didn't reach out to me. So get to know people when you're at these conferences. Make it an effort to meet people, talk to people. If someone that you may know, that you've seen, that may have been in the industry for years, don't be afraid to talk to them, because most of them will be happy to help you out. And so just network with people. When you go into your meetups, don't sit in the corner. If you're introverted, you're amongst your crowd, you're in your tribe. They understand this. When you're talking to people with similar interests, it's a lot easier to talk to you. So do that. That helps get your name out there. People get to see your skills. One of the people from our community had recently graduated from college, and a lot of people reached out to me for junior pen testers since I was teaching pen testing. And one of the people I knew from our community, I knew they wanted to be a pen tester, so I was able to refer them, and he got his first pen testing job, and that's because I knew him in the community. He talked to people, let them know what he's looking for, so people knew him. If he'd just come to the meetups and be quiet, no one would have known, and he probably would have missed that opportunity. So there's other opportunities there too, like your online communities like Discord, Slack, Reddit, and so forth, and Twitter, whatever they're calling it this week. I still haven't given up X. Yeah, I really think I could think of other things to call it. Elon walked in with the sink. He really should have walked in with a toilet, because that's kind of where it's went. But fortunately, it's doing okay. It's still a good source. It was really weird to see how many people left Twitter, because I used to monitor my follows and unfollows, because I really put a lot of effort in my social media. And I noticed at one point I'd lost like 400 or 500 followers. I looked at this unfollow app, and actually people had deleted their accounts, but people are coming back too. So those are good, really good places. That's where I get most of my information. InfoSec, Twitter is how I found people in the community. So that concludes the presentation. So if anyone has any questions, I'll be happy to answer your questions. Yes.
So I'm already creating content, but I'm having trouble getting traction on it, getting views. Do you have any recommendations?
Okay. So the question was, they're already creating content and asking how to get views. So if you can find anyone to collaborate with, find people that have a good following, ask them to share the content. Find people that you can help. I'm a member of a Discord, and it's a content creator Discord, and we share for each other. So we ask each other, find people to help share that. And if you could ever get someone, you ever have guests on or something, you could collaborate. Maybe someone else that's got a bigger audience, get them on and do that. So really just kind of really sharing on social media. And then maybe if you remember some Discord servers, especially if your content is like cybersecurity content, then find an area that people are trying to break in the industry. They're always looking for new content. A good example of someone that built their brand off of beginners is the Cyber Mentor. So he had a lot of information out there to help beginners. And so really, also if you're doing this on YouTube, I actually started using TubeBuddy, and it gives you some good recommendations on what type of tags to put in to your content.
What was that for?
TubeBuddy, Tube, like short for YouTube, TubeBuddy. There's different levels of it. I got the lowest level, but it's really helped me increase my SEO and gives you some useful things to help you improve the views on that particular video. And so also too, when you're creating that, also put like a call to action. So at the end of it, have like a screen for people to subscribe, and maybe even recommend another video or something. That's what's kind of helped me out with that. So really, collaborating with others helps a lot. I was on David Bomble's show a while back, and I picked up like probably about 2,000 new YouTube subscribers. So also kind of being frequent with the content, consistently create it. Some of the things I've done to help enhance some of my content for like my podcast is using some of these AI tools. I use a tool called Descript. So it'll write a transcript on that content. So with that, the cool thing about Descript, it'll take the transcript, create a transcript for you, create show notes, even create an article. So then you could repurpose that on a blog. Not everyone likes video, so repurpose that on your blog. And so that's a way to get more SEO improvement to your website, get more views to your YouTube channel and stuff like that. So that's been really great. If you get like the pro version at a certain level, it'll actually give you like short videos. It automatically creates short videos with the subtitles, like you'll see like on Instagram. And it also creates like audiograms, so short audio clips So you can take some of that and also like creating shorts from your videos. So if you got a 30-minute video, maybe if you can work it out to where you can create like 10 or 20-minute chunks and just take that one specific piece. That's one of the things like David Bombal does, and he's got like 2 million subscribers. When I was on his show, he went back and cut it up. So he may have done one thing on recommendations of learning resources or certifications or books, goes back and clips that specifically. And when people go to that shorter form content, maybe that's what they recommend. You know, attention spans are getting shorter. And so you have to kind of, like TikTok and Instagram Reels and all that, you got to kind of feed that audience. And sometimes it brings you people over to the longer content form. Anyone else? Oh, whoever was first.
Cool. Hi, how's it going? I have a question for you. So I'm a system administrator. My guys here are support guys. If you were to give us one thing to do today to get started on our path as pen testers, what would you suggest we do? I know that you had those tools listed there where you can stand up some environments, but what's like one thing you would do if we were to go home today that we could start and really get the most experience and the most interest to stay focused on this career?
So if you hadn't started yet, I would start out with Try Hack Me.
Try Hack Me?
Yeah, Try Hack Me.
Oh, okay. How's that spelled?
Try Hack Me.
Oh, Try Hack Me.
Yeah, Try
Oh,
Hack
okay.
Me. Because it's very educational. It's similar to, they came out after Hack the Box, but they had the educational piece. So it takes you step by step through there. And as you graduate from that, then you can move on to Hack the Box and then Hack the Box Academy. Hack the Box Academy is one of my favorite resources. And if you go to my YouTube channel, I've got like a whole semester's worth of lectures on my pen testing class, which was based on the Pen Test Plus certification. So if you go to my YouTube channel, it's just Philip Wiley. Mm-hmm. And so if you go there, I've got, there you go, that make it easier to see how my name's spelled. But if you go to there, I've got like a whole semester's worth of lectures, and I've known several people that have taken the Pen Test Plus that said that actually helped them on their Pen Test Plus. So getting started, and the thing I like about Try Hack Me is it starts out kind of easy, and they walk you through it, and you actually do the hands-on activities, and you'll build up a good base knowledge. So they've got tracks there based on pen testing, like vulnerability management. There's even one that you go through, you're using Nessus in that lab. So it prevents you from having to build a lab, which building a lab is a good thing, but sometimes you can spend more time troubleshooting and fixing a lab than actually doing the hands-on work. Plus the cloud-based stuff, you can do it from anywhere. You can study at work or home if you travel or whatever. So Try Hack Me be the first step.
Cool, thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a question about AI tools. You mentioned there was AI-powered red teaming tools or pen testing tools, and I'm worried that a lot of jobs will be automated out of existence as far as pen testing. So what particular subsections of pen testing are, would you say, more AI resistant, and what is your take on AI taking over some of the roles?
I think it's going to be difficult because one of the things I joke about, and I wouldn't want my manager to hear, but I think AI could replace management before it could replace pen testers, because you decide, and it's more easy to decide until they get really, we don't have to worry about much until they get general AI, because AI now uses large learning models, so you have to train it and feed it information. Once general AI comes around, it can do its own decision learning and all that on its own, find things. But I think really what it's going to do is it's just going to help the tools help automate it, help us automate things. So I would say use things like ChatGPT to help you be more effective. One of my favorite quotes I've heard is, you won't be replaced by AI, you'll be replaced by someone that uses AI. So I think that stuff's really hard. And it's, honestly, because if you look at some of these vulnerability scanners, there's breach and attack simulation tools that will find things that you have to find it with your vulnerability scanner and use something else to breach it, to chain that all together. Try to find 0 days. We're a long ways from that. Really, the more medial jobs, it's going to probably replace. Now, like your vulnerability scanning and some of the preliminary boring stuff, like validating certificate-based stuff like that, I think it's going to help in some of those areas and give pen testers more time to focus on the hacking piece and more the manual pen testing. So I don't think there's really anything to worry about. I think you should embrace it and learn how to use it in your workflow.
Hey,
but that's
Philip.
been a question before ChatGPT became popular that people have been asking for a long time.
This isn't really a question, but more of a comment. I've known you for several years, and I've seen you take people under your wing and foster them and teach them. And I've seen you literally change lives. So I just wanted to say thank you.
Well, thank you. It's an honor. Thank you. It's really an honor because when I started out doing this, like I said earlier, that I turned my focus towards mentoring and teaching and all that, and I never expected anything in return. But my gosh, the what you get in return just from the satisfaction of helping people is great. But I get opportunities for jobs and opportunities to make money all the time. That wasn't the intent, but it's a nice side effect. And I don't know if what your religious beliefs are. I'm a Christian, but I think also if you buy into the universe or whatever, there's some mechanism there, whether we can explain it or not. But if you do good things happen to you. If you negative all the time, putting negative out there, then you're going to return negative. If you're always looking for the negative, that's what you're going to find. But if you're putting positive out there and just helping other people, because you never can tell, these people you mentor could end up being a CISO of a company down the road and you work for them. I've seen a lot of cases where people have been like junior to me and they've went on to be, higher up in company and being highly successful. And one of the things to keep in mind when you're starting out, don't think you're starting too late. You see the pen tester's got 10 years. I can show you a lot of people that took less time to get there that are better. So don't worry about time restrictions that you have to be a pen tester for 10 years before you get that level, because you have your natural intelligence to begin with, the amount of work you're willing to put into it, the hard work and time, that will beat out tenure. One of the things I hate to see in companies is too many times they focus on tenure, the amount of time you've been there. Maybe you've been there 20 years, but did you bring any value? Are you actually doing your job? Or are you just showing up for a paycheck? You could take some young, passionate, or just a passionate person in general trying to break in that's willing to work, put in the time, work circles around everyone else, and those are the people who should be rewarded, not just because you've shown up for work for 20 years. And I mean, there's something to be there. If you're doing your job and you've been there a long time, you deserve it. But that's just kind of my thought. We need to change the way we see these things. If you're coming in and doing a good job, you shouldn't be restricted. I mean, for instance, my wife works for a company and they told her a couple years ago, oh, well, you have to be here so long. So-and-so was here so many years, but yet, she's outperforming her teammates like 3 times or 4 times the bill rate of them working that hard. And so you really should reward people, because especially you're a company and you're making money off of consulting, if they're helping you bill more and be more successful, you should help them out, because eventually they're going to leave. And one of the things I tell you when I mentor, if you're somewhere 2 or 3 years and you're only getting 3% raise, when you first start out, yeah, you're going to have to start out lower, but at some point you've got the skills. If you left and went somewhere else, you make more money. So you really need to reward those people to keep them around. If you give someone a career path, get them training, be good about giving them raises and stuff, they're going to stick around. There's going to be loyalty. Loyalty is a two-way street. Sometimes companies worry about the loyalty of the employee, but that goes both ways. Yes.
Hi. So you talked a lot about technical skills. So what would you suggest to folks who have built up the skills, they're really good pen testers, but they need to work on their writing a little bit. They need to work on their report generation, and I know that sucks, but it's one of the more important parts of being the pen tester, because you have to deliver the report. So what are some of the recommendations that you would give for communication?
Yeah, one of the things I would do, and this is before I got into pen testing, I went back late in life, still in my 30s, when I went back to school to get my associate's degree. One of the best classes I took was an English composition course. So one of the things to do if you're really not good at that, I would recommend going to community college, taking an English composition course, learn how to write. Another thing is just practice. Start writing, just like mentioning writing blogs and stuff. Start working on that. One of the things you can do to get practice too is go through and find some CVEs from like Nessus or whatever. Go back and work on rewriting those vulnerabilities, because one of the consulting jobs I had, some of the vulnerabilities did come directly from Nessus, but I worked at a company I really thought this was a good idea. They went back and created custom write-ups for that CVE, so that way it doesn't look like a Nessus report. So maybe go through, find some different CVEs and reword it, or practice writing executive summaries. Say like you did a pen test, or you did hack the box or something, write a pen test report. So the best way to get experience with writing is writing. So if you really need a lot of help, then take a course, English composition course, and also using tools to help with your grammar and stuff. But one of the things too, you'll find out some of these tools are not foolproof. I use Grammarly a lot, and sometimes it's incorrect, but just practice writing or take a course to help with your writing. And one of the things I'd advise too with writing pen test reports, I found a better experience if I try to enjoy it. If I try to not only just show some company how bad you hacked them, but look at it as more of a way, this is how thoroughly I tested you. You may come back and not find a bunch of findings, but if you go through and say, this is what all I did, and really explain that in depth, that way they're going to see that they've got a quality pen test, even though maybe you didn't find a lot of things. But yeah, so that's one of the things, every time I found that I tried to enjoy writing the report, it was a lot better experience. Take pride in it, really, work hard to create a good report, and that's been one of the better experiences that I've had.
Right over here. When you wrestled, what name did you go by?
I just went under Phil Wiley because at first you have to lose all the time, and I didn't want to ruin my gimmick. Although names I'd considered, one name I'd considered was Phil Ferrari, because I like Ferraris. This is back in the 80s. Miami Vice, they had a Ferrari on there, Magnum PI. But I did wrestle in Florida once, under the name Corporal Chaos. So I painted my face with camouflage makeup and all this. So I did that one time. But yeah, I just went under my own name because, like I said, you have to lose all the time. It's really funny the way wrestling works, because I was the guy that had to lose all the time. And there's one time that they had some storyline that they were working where this one bad guy turned good guy, and the fans were really starting to get behind him. And I never really got cheered when I went to the ring because I was nobody, but he was getting beat up, so I went in to try to help him, and I get beat up too. And so after that, for about a month, people would cheer for me coming to the ring because I tried to help their hero or the star.
Hi, I'm over here.
Yes.
So you mentioned InfoSec Twitter, which is something that I've recommended for years for people like just getting into security. But there was a data scientist that posted, I think, like a week or two ago, a little while ago, about how InfoSec Twitter has actually dropped 87% since the day before Elon Musk took over. And so I've noticed a big drop in the amount of like learning material and connection points in there. And I know that a lot of people have gone to Mastodon, but there's also things like Blue Sky and Discord, but there's not really a centralized place anymore like there was with InfoSec Twitter. I guess I'm wondering, is there any place that you think, any social outside of Twitter that you could point someone to that is looking for a community of learners?
I think you just really have to get on several of them, because everyone was going to Mastodon. And so several of us from like our Dallas DFW hacker community went over to Mastodon several years ago, but it just really never did seem to catch on much. But my opinion is to get on Mastodon, get on Threads, get on Blue Sky, and just kind of see which one benefits you the best. But I do see that Twitter has been coming back, which is because all of a sudden I used to pick up like couple hundred followers pretty consistently, and then all of a sudden that big drop, and it really dropped off. And then over the past couple months, I've seen a higher uptick. I gained like 500 followers like a couple weeks ago, so it's kind of getting better. But I would say just get on the different platforms. I don't know if Twitter's going to tank, but I think it's a good idea to look into other platforms in case Twitter goes under, and really don't underestimate like LinkedIn. So if you know these other people from these other platforms, follow them on LinkedIn. That's one platform I don't see going away for a long time. So I'd say put a lot of effort in there. A lot of people are starting to put more effort into LinkedIn because they're worried about Twitter.
So my question is, the recommendations and how you set yourself up and everything like that, is there any difference between the goal being more of the contractor, consulting, do-it-yourself, get hired for a specific job version versus the in-house, do it for a company on their product full-time pen testing?
I guess that's all going to depend on your risk. If you want to go into business for yourself, you could do that. And I've seen several people do that. If people know you're pen testing, they may come to you because you may be less expensive than some of the big consulting companies. Contracting is a good way. I think sometimes contracting, is probably easier to get into than a full-time W-2 pen testing role. Plus, you can use multiple companies to contract through. So I know people that'll contract for multiple companies, and sometimes you pay out. It pays better, but sometimes you don't get the benefits. But one of the things is once you get the experience, then you can go pretty much anywhere you want to. Starting out, and some of the contract roles pay pretty decent, because I know several of those you can find around $100 an hour or so. And so, yeah, it just depends on what you want to do. If you like being in business for yourself, contract may be what you do there. And and one of the things I've constantly had people reach out to me, knowing I'm a pen tester, asking me if I was interested in doing work. So once you kind of establish yourself, then people may reach out to you for that work, or just, you know, connect with people in your local community, because not everyone has the $250 to $300 an hour to pay an organization, but maybe you're doing it on your own. You could charge $150 an hour. They're still coming out cheaper, and then you're able to make pretty good money that way.
All right, I failed at keeping us on time, so and we got to get ready for the next talk. So one more question. Raise your hand if you have not already asked a question. All right.
And if you have questions after this, feel free to reach out to me. I'm happy to answer your questions. Thank you.
All right, we have career development next, starting in 5 minutes.
only wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, well, I don't wanna jinx it, baby, and twist myself at the spine. Don't wanna overthink it, baby. It's just twist your body and mine. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're giving me wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, but I don't wanna jinx it, baby. Let's not get ahead of my time. Oh, but I don't wanna miss you, baby. So I stand up and speak my mind. Oh. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're chilling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, oh, oh,
This is not part of the show. All right, I'm not going to read all of this. I'm going to just tell you real quick. I have been in the InfoSec community for, 15 years or so, or so I claim. Started out in recruiting. I still support recruiting through way of talent engagement. This fine gentleman and I have, we keep working at companies that get bought by other companies. So we started at a small boutique shop, got bought by a big company, and then we went to another boutique shop, got bought by another company, and now we work for, I think, the world's largest consulting firm, and because they bought a company that we were working for. So that's a thing. Tell us a little bit about yourself, Drake.
So I'm Drake. Started out with a IT background, did a pivot into recruiting, helping out a small company. Been there, I landed there and just kind of been there since. Gained a couple certifications, some IT certifications. I have been with Accenture now, about
2 years.
2 years with Accenture, but prior to that, I've been in the space for over 10 years doing, intel recruiting.
So we both started on the IT side and then moved into recruiting, and we have some stories that we can share with you about pivoting into different things. If any of you got to catch the last talk, which was fantastic, by the way, there was also stories about pivoting from wrestling into cybersecurity. So it's just really good testimonies of moving into different areas throughout your career. I hear a lot from especially active duty service members, which is a passion of mine, not just because my son's in the Army, but who struggle with how to enter into our community and our industry. And I hope that we touch upon those things for you all. I'm kind of an interactive speaker. It would be fine with me if anybody thinks of a question while we're talking and just wants to raise their hand. That's fine with me. The only person who might not like that is whoever's running the microphone, right? Because we want, I'm sorry, babe, because we want the camera to be able to hear you or the people watching online to be able to hear you. So feel free to interrupt. I'm Italian. I always interrupt. Okay, so we're going to go through, some fundamental things about being either a searcher for a job or a person who's just interested in pivoting into different areas or breaking into different areas. We're going to talk about targeting that search and also how to kind of stand out as a candidate. We've done a little bit of talking all throughout this day about resumes. Resumes are important. Drake is literally one of the best recruiters I've ever worked with in my life, and he's kind of fantastic at redoing resumes and keeping track of people. So if you can connect to him and network with him throughout your journey, throughout your path, he can help you. So a little bit more about networking and volunteering, and well, you can read the slide. So on we go. All right, this adorable thing that I threw in here at the last minute, I'll tell you why I did it. I cannot remember how old. This is one of my hiring executives, one of my VP's daughter drew this and sent it to him. And it's her depiction of his career journey. And the thing that stood out to me, number one, the company that we were working for was called Novetta. And she brilliantly, if you Google it, the path that she drew here, her little chart here, is based on the Novetta logo. So I thought that was brilliant. But the thing that stood out to me is that she is depicting human connections here. She is talking. These are little conversations that are happening, and then the little lizard or alligator is just confused and doesn't know what to do and is trying to connect to people. And that leads me to this. And this is where I'm going to look at you, Drake, to help me out. But I normally get permission from people before I steal anything that they said, but this was on a public, this was posted publicly. So they were talking about AI, which came up in the last talk as well. In fact, somebody was texting me during the panel earlier and was like, why aren't all recruiters already replaced by AI if it's just a bunch of keyword matching? And similar to what Bryson and Jake were talking about here, I really want you all to understand the importance, not because I'm trying to save my job because I'm not in recruiting anymore, but I really believe that networking, doing what you're doing here, connecting to people and having a human connection, a human to guide and help and represent you, someone that you can trust, whether it's someone on the agency side or someone internal, is super impactful. And
yeah, it is very impactful. I believe that as a candidate looking for an opportunity, you should definitely connect with your recruiter and just let them guide you to a certain degree of, to the direction that you want or the location or opportunity. So just having that connection is always a plus because you can reach out at times, even if you don't get the job, and say, hey, I'm back in the market again. I get it all the time. Like someone may reach out to me. I talk to them 6 months or 9 months down the line, and I'll say, hey, John, I remember you. I got another opportunity that opened up. So just having that connection is always a plus. LinkedIn is always a great way to start. But again, you can do more than just LinkedIn. Try, these events, the BSides, the meetups, the talks, things like that, just to advance your career or switch career, paths depending on which one you decide to go with. But it's always a plus. Just have that. I believe you should always have that communication with the actual human. I know they may call us bots sometimes, but still have that connection with us. I think it's a plus to get you to your next steps, to where you need to go.
So I referenced earlier this morning that your recruiter is like your Jerry Maguire. They're your agent. They are your person who should care about you and help you go through all the different stages of what you're looking for. So I know that there's kind of a reputation in recruiting, and it takes a special person to kind of go beyond that, where they're like, oh, they're trying to get commission off of you. You know what? The internal recruiters, they don't get commission. They have to really care about you, and they have to really care about the mission that they're supporting to help match you up in that way. Does anybody have any questions so far about connecting to recruiters or? Nope. Yes. It's going to be trial and error when you're building a relationship like any other relationship building experience. I was mentioning before that imagine if when you apply and you think, when are they going to pick it up? I call it the black hole, right? So I suggested that perhaps LinkedIn might be, when I think of recruiting, might be the best place where most recruiters are active. So different recruiters are going to be in the meetups and be at the conferences and be in different places. Like for me, I'm embarrassed of the unread emails or messages rather on my LinkedIn. Sorry, but I see it if you send me a Twitter message. Isn't that weird? But so everybody has their place that makes sense for them. But if you're paying attention, my LinkedIn says, don't send me a message here, send me a Twitter message. So they're all different. But when I say trial by error, you're going to have the conversation and you're going to send the message. Like I said, start on LinkedIn. Hello, so-and-so. Well, first of all, you're going to go, this is the company that I saw the job posting, and I'm going to search. It says, look for keyword, look for job title, whatever you're looking for. And you can say, okay, well, I saw this Accenture job posting and I'm wondering what to do. So you're going to search for job title, you're going to see recruiter, you're going to see his name, you're going to send him a message, he's going to respond, right? And you're going to say, I applied, and now he's going to go find your application. And I know that feels like something's broken, right? Why didn't he already see the application? It could be based on volume. It could be based on the applicant tracking system. You just got lost in there somehow. It's checking all the boxes. So hopefully that made sense. So I'm not going to drain this because you all are capable of reading, but these are some things that we're going to touch on in a little bit more detail moving forward, and you can reach out to either of us afterwards to talk more about any of these things. Drake is going to talk to you a lot about kind of targeting. Anybody with an engineering experience or any kind of solving a customer's problems, you've done at some point in your careers, you've done requirements analysis or building or ranking, right, where you're like, okay, well, what are the problems that we're solving? Here's all the things. You're going to treat your job search or your career advancement problem the same way by building a requirements matrix, right? And building your target search that way. And so we're going to do a little, when people always tell you that you should do your research on your company, they're like, oh, you should show up to the interview with knowing all these great facts about, I don't care. I don't really care if you did that. I don't care if you know who our CEO, like I don't care. I personally, that's my opinion. But if you go in, especially on social, and I know Twitter's weird right now, and yes, I still call it Twitter, but there's communities that are comfortable in places that are having conversations about their jobs and about their companies. I think from a research perspective, that's a really good place to discover if this is a fit for you or not. Do you have any further?
I think you nailed it.
Okay. All right, so here's that requirements matrix thing, and I take it away, Drake.
Yeah, so with in my opinion, so for a candidate that's looking for an ideal role, you don't have to be 100% onto that role with all the skills, all the years of experience and things like that. But if your requirements, if you're close, if you're about, I would say 75%, let's just have a conversation. Let's see, because a lot of times the actual job description, it's not giving you what they need. It's some words on, so in the national security lane, so they can't say a lot of things. So until I get you on the phone, I can maybe ask for certain tools that you may know about or heard about. So that's where I say have that conversation. So just it's not 100% matched with the requirements, but again, if you're close, let's just have a conversation. Reach out to your recruiter or apply to that job. If it's close enough, the recruiter should reach back out to you first. I do think that a lot of times as recruiters don't go through their emails of all the candidates. I think they should do it more, but I mean, sometimes it's hard to wake up when you have 100 emails from 10 people that's qualified. So how do you take how do you manage your desk, if that makes sense?
And what would you suggest if you see the job postings to be, in order to be compliant, are supposed to break down everything according to what is required versus what is preferred? If you're interested in a position and you don't meet one of those basic qualifications, what would you suggest that you do in order to apply and be seen if your resume isn't going to be a point-to-point match? What, by the way, this is to someone's earlier questions, why AI won't work, right? Because there are people who, in my opinion, if you are willing and able to learn, you're qualified. So how do you bridge that gap, right? Like how would you apply for the position? I don't have a degree. I've never been qualified for the last 10 jobs I had, but I got them, right? Like, so what would you suggest?
I always tell people, just apply to the job, do your research, find the recruiter, find the hiring manager, research. Find the person that you need to get in touch with, send them an email. Again, follow their page on LinkedIn, see if they're at a meetup in the area or, something like that. Just pop up on them. Be aggressive with your search. To get what you want, you have to go after it. I mean, you have to be aggressive sometimes. So.
And what are the other paths that people should take besides job boards?
Again, meetups, these conferences, networking, just your social network. Your social network should have some connections that will point you in the right directions. Just utilize all of that. Utilize your friends, look into the company, see if you know someone that works for the company that you're trying to apply to. That could be a great way to walk yourself in. Go sign up, like if you need a Security Plus, go to the schools, go to UMGC and meet the people there. Just have conversations. Just be, again, aggressive in your search.
So I have a few personal opinions about resumes and how they can be effective, and then I'm going to hand it off to my resume expert. But I think for me, as someone who I no longer recruit, I no longer look at very many resumes, but when I did, I would get resume fatigue, right? People would go, "Why are you asking me that question? Did you read the resume?" And I'm like, make it easier for me and never assume that there's a lot of different layers that you have to get through. Like you might have to get through the first level of screening, or you might have to get through some automated screening process that was set up, I hate those by the way, inside of the applicant tracking system. So I think that the first thing you can do to compel anyone that is reading to keep reading is to tell them, I'm a this and I want to be a that. Make it crystal clear and be ready to adjust that according to the position that you're looking for. So be able to say, I'm a systems engineer interested in becoming a solutions architect. Now I know, and now I'm interested in continuing to read and to look for the keywords that make you a fit for the position and so forth. What else do you think is really important in terms of resumes?
So I always tell people, please add your clearance to your resume. Some people say don't put it on your resume. All of my positions are cleared. So if it's not on there, I can probably guarantee I'm going to say I'll put you in the PAL to check you out a little bit later. I say put your clearance on there. That's always, or even if you don't have a clearance, just put something on there to say I can obtain a clearance, willing to obtain a clearance.
Or if you
Visa,
can't put the level,
just
you can say that you are cleared, and then that's going to still compel the recruiter
Something,
to
yeah,
ask
to
you a
reach
little
out
bit
to
more
you.
questions.
What if you were in the military decades ago and you
Mhm.
had a clearance then? So obviously
Held
If
the
the
previous
recruiter has
clearance.
an
Held
IQ
the-
of over
yeah.
75,
So-
like they should be able, they should, operative word being should, be able to figure out this person had a clearance previously, right? Which is a good thing. Although, I mean, we could talk for an hour about clearances. Sometimes it's easier to get one if you never had one than it is if you're trying to upgrade or something because the process is bizarre. And that's a really good point. You know what? Sometimes you can figure out, or the recruiter should be able to figure out, the hiring managers definitely can figure out, just based on either your employer, if you list them, even maybe your location and the type of work that you're doing. I don't want to give an exact hint because I don't want to say the wrong thing, but I'll be like, oh, they work in XYZ town and they're doing XYZ job. It seems obvious to me who they're working for. Let me dig a little deeper and find out, especially if you have some specific technical skills or you're in a certain geographical location.
Yeah.
That's just extra recruiting, right? Like looking at it and going, oh, well, they're in this town, or that's where their employer is. You make assumptions in that way. So,
Yes.
anything else?
Got it.
All right. I feel like it's important to, when you're thinking about what those questions are, I've seen some bad advice out there. People, some really makes me sad, breaks my heart. Bad advice on how you should go into an interview. I've seen a lot of things trending about exactly how you should dress or exactly how you should behave or exactly what you should say. I kind of feel like you should be who you are, right? Because if you're pretending to be anything other than who you are, and that gets you a job, it also gets you a job that you're probably not going to be happy in the long run, right? So depending on where you are in your career journey, you may be more or less, desperate or eager to land said job, but in order for it to be a good and lasting relationship, I highly recommend being who you are. Last job I interviewed for, my hair was blue. So I don't.
Me personally, I think I'm the opposite of that. So I believe this.
And that's okay.
So if you're my candidate, and I know that your personality is bold, it's loud, it's all over, right? I can tell on the phone. If I'm not on the phone with you for 15 to 20 minutes, probably not going to go to the next steps, right? Relationships. You're building relationships with your recruiter. If I say to you, hey, this manager is really mild and the team is really relaxed and laid back. When you interview, can you please just scale it back a little bit? Don't change your personality all the way, but scale it back. Let's get you through the door. I believe you should listen to your recruiter and let them, it's a coaching thing. That's my method, because I see it a lot of times. I see candidates come in, they're the opposite of loud. It's real introverted. I'm like, hey man, I need you. Let me get a little energy. When you get on this call tomorrow, let's have 3 cups of caffeine in you. Just smile. Smiling is contagious. If you smile while you're on the phone, the manager may pick it up, and they may, just the interaction, just try your best. And especially if you're doing Zooms. If you're doing Zooms, hey, don't be in the background again, unless you're coming out of the skiff or something and you can just go in the car, pull over. Just say, hey, let me pull over. I'm in a Starbucks or something. So I just believe you should let your recruiter coach you to the steps, and then you can let your personality out. But let's get you in the door. If you need a job, that's just my strategy.
And I think it's a little bit of both. I think that's a really good point. And I think the key thing there is when you are figuring out, like if you go back to the requirements matrix, when you're figuring out what's important to you, is expressing yourself and having blue hair the most important thing to you? So that's just part of while you're doing your search and when you're evaluating, what it is you want to do next. I think that's a really good point. So it is incumbent upon the recruiter to offer to you what you can expect, in terms of, he knows all of his managers. A couple of them are in the room. I ain't going to point them out, but he knows, what makes them laugh or cry. So he's going to be, like I said, your Jerry Maguire. He's going to coach. So that's a really good point. So then you decide how you want to behave based on what is important to you and what you want to do next. How bad do you want it?
Yeah.
Right?
How do we get there from here?
Nobody's going to throw a question at me? Stump me. All right. Yes. I think I heard you say, how can you find that right recruiter? How can you recruit that recruiter?
How can we best find the recruiter that works with us to have those things? We've all had those mass recruiters, right, where it's just an automated email. How can we build that relationship and find, what should we look for in a good recruiter?
That's an excellent point. I think that specifically in our community, maybe you figure out who's involved in your community, who's having actual valid, important conversations with the people, who's participating, who's at the places. Like, you don't have to be a technical expert. He went and got a bunch of technical certs. I have never done that. But so he can actually have technical conversations with you. I think it's going to be based on those things too. You're going to look at his profile and you're going to see that he went and got an Amazon cert, or he did these things. That may make him a more attractive recruiter to you. So are these people volunteering in your community? Are they speaking in your community? Are they in the places that you're in? I'm not saying that they all have to get up on a stage and do things, right? But I think it matters when you're searching for recruiters. How much impact are they actually having in your community? How much do they actually understand it? Because think about it. If they actually have relationships in the industry that you're interested in, that's a valuable relationship for you. They're going to introduce you to people. In fact, they're going to care about their relationship with you, and they're going to say, and I've seen him do this, you know what, I don't have anything for you, or I can't do this. However, I'm going to introduce you to some other place, and then maybe you become this referrer. You guys, it becomes mutually beneficial at that point, right? So he's going to straight up say, you know what, you're not a fit for this. Here's why, but here's this area where you can go. So he just didn't fill the job, but you're going to remember that. And maybe 6 months from now, or a year from now, or whatever, when you find out that your friend's looking for something, you'll probably send a referral to him and get paid up to $20,000, by the way.
I would say use the 15 to 20-minute conversation. Most of us are brilliant enough to kind of gauge if we're having a good conversation with someone or just a relationship in about 15, 20 minutes. If you're a recruiter and you're on the phone, I'm going to have you on that phone for 15, 20 minutes. I'm asking questions. I'm drilling questions to you, and then I give you the opportunity. So again, build the relationships. Just have the relationships. I have candidates that literally text my phone. Okay, no.
So I'm going to ask you guys a question real quick, and then I'll let you go. Raise your hand if recruiters send you surveys or questionnaires before they've ever even spoken to you. Do you like that?
Right.
I don't know. I really don't know. And how much time do the recruiters spend talking to you? Is it a 5-minute conversation? Raise your hand. Do they talk to you for 30 minutes? Nobody ever talks to a recruiter? I'm very curious. Yes. Perfect.
Good.
Perfect. Okay.
So, and obviously you guys get paid off of the final product of, turning the job in. What amount of time is really acceptable for you guys to build a relationship where it's almost free work in a way? And also, like, I've heard people say in the past, like, oh, treat them to a cup of coffee or take them out to a meal. How do you feel about that?
So wait, let me make sure.
Well,
Wait, let me make sure. Yeah. Are you suggesting that the recruiter gets paid based on filling the job?
Well, I'm saying you get paid based on your final product. So, like, your job is to fill a position. If you're spending your time talking to somebody else, you're not necessarily working on filling that position.
I understand. So it depends on the type of recruiter, right? Corporate recruiters are are not receiving compensation for filling the position. Does that make sense? Like they're not on commission. From a relationship standpoint, I mean, I don't have to go, buy coffee for everybody, but that's part of a relationship too, right? So you can't take all the candidates out to coffee, but it is worth making the connections. And maybe I find out that you're coming here this weekend, and I say let's meet up while we're here. Yeah. What do you think?
Yeah, same thing. I was going to say that. But yeah, we don't get commission off each hire. But I would just say, the once you have your recruiter working with you, if they offer coffee, take it. You buy me coffee? Yeah. You can buy me coffee all day. I mean, are you skilled enough to fill this role would be my next
you don't have
question,
to
right? I mean, it's always a great thing, right? I mean, you'd be surprised. Normally the recruiter makes that first, this is a dating thing, but dating gesture, right? So we're reaching out like, hey, I'm reaching out. It's almost like dating you. Can I date you today? I get a call tomorrow. Can we go to lunch at 12? Just a call. Let's set a phone screen up. So it's kind of a, it's a relationship.
I take my coffee
but not,
black and not sweet, like
right,
my soul. But definitely, when you're having the interview, particularly with the managers, in my opinion, be ready to tell stories or examples that answer the questions that they're like, a time that you failed, or a time that you learned, or a big problem that you solved, or the thing that you're the most proud of this week or this month or this year. Be ready to actually answer those questions in the form of a story to make it more of a personal conversation. Yeah. And my favorite thing of all is to be ready at the very end. The last thing they're going to say is, do you have any questions for us? So you want to know about the 401k matching, and you want to know if you can purchase stocks, and you want to know all these things that are very important, especially at the negotiation table. But be ready to ask questions that are going to reveal to you, this might end up being the most important part of the interview. Don't forget, you're interviewing them. So make them into a person for a second. You'll catch them off guard and say, why did you end up working here? Why did you choose this job? What have you learned in the last 6 months? And if they're in a management position, I think you should ask them how many people that they have promoted or put on a growth path or provided training to on their team.
Yeah.
How are we doing on time? Okay. All right. So if you go to, this is really not a shameless plug, but if you do go to DEF CON and you do go to the welcome panel, you're gonna, hopefully I won't beef it, and you'll hear me tell stories about my first ever DEF CON, how I did it, but the reality of it is, it goes back to the little picture that the little girl drew, and about networking and about making contributions to the community. Like when I didn't have anything technical to say, or when I didn't have any, CFPs that I was responding to, and before I helped, co-found the Car Hacking Village, oh my God, 9 years ago, before I started doing actual contributions to the community, I was reading books, I was looking online, I was trying to figure out, why do these people go to these conferences? Who's talking? What are they talking about? Who are they connected to? And what are the conversations that they're having? And can I be part of those conversations, right? In a way that is meaningful. It was like the beginning of the journey. And I think it's probably in our community, and I don't know what's going to happen to Twitter. I don't know where we're all going to end up. And yes, I still call it Twitter. But but we find a way as a community, united by a passion for teaching and learning, to have a place that we're comfortable in. Places like BSides, right? Places like villages. So there are ways that you can contribute, even if it's just being a mic runner or getting water for people, or there's just so many elements of all the things that you're experiencing this week that if you raise your hand, people need your help. And that's where you're going to network. I will tell stories also about, I met the CEO of the last company that hired me, that got bought by the company where I am now, literally at a pool at Black Hat, doing Jello shots at 10 o'clock in the morning. You never know. You do not know everyone that you're talking to, whether it's you're going to learn in talks and you're going to learn at villages, but hallways and lines and pools apparently are also places where you can meet either the next person that you want to hire or the next person that will want to hire you. So
Yes. CTFs and everything. I think you got it all. Yeah. Just join the CTFs.
I'm going to tell a story about him
Oh.
since he's acting shy. This is his first talk, by the way. Is he doing great? Awesome.
So
Love you
just
so
really,
much.
really funny. So
Oh,
funny
God.
story.
Oh, shit.
Funny story. So I'm going out. So I'm working. Everybody's like, I'm like, I want to go to this conference. So I want to go to a conference because I'm trying to gain some more a certification with AWS. Go to the conference, re-event. I go into a hackathon. Come to find out, look, unbeknownst to me, I end up winning second place. Me and my team. So it's like when I got there, I was, my ex-boss, ex-supervisor, gave me the opportunity. She saw something in me. She said, go after it. I went after it, and she's been running from there, which gave me a lot of, training, schooling, and I met so many great individuals there. Still connect with them to this day. Really smart people. Brought some to the company. At DEF CON, I brought some guys just with like some literally rare individuals in the world with a special skill set to the company. So again, network and just have conversations. Don't be afraid to just start a conversation, and don't be afraid to take a leap. Just do it, right? Just jump in. Just go after what you want, and when you have someone that'll give you the opportunity, run with it.
Well, he goes, what should I do at my first DEF CON? And I was like, well, you need to go into, there's going to be these rooms and they're dark, and that's a CTF. And well, there's other rooms that are dark, but anyway, you're gonna go into the CTF and you're gonna bring like Red Bull. What did I say? Red Bull and pizza. Yeah. And you're just gonna offer it to them, and they're gonna love and appreciate you for doing that. And then so when he got back, I was like, "How was it? Did you bring Red Bull?" And he goes, "Well, my team won." I'm like, "Really? You had to go all the way?" But anyway, it's about actually making contributions. So that's
and it was a great and thank you for giving me the opportunity.
So when you were hearing the last speaker talk about writing is important, writing is like you can't be a pen tester if you can't write. Hell, you can't get anywhere in our. There's going to be writing and reports that you have to do in every position that I can actually think of at the moment. And the more you advance in those roles, the more you have to write. So if you don't love writing, and thank you, Jen, for reminding me of that. You should practice that as well. And you can do blog posts, and you can get on GitHub, and good recruiters are looking there. They're looking at what you've written. So do that as well. And
also for even some of the older CTFs we can give you some links. You guys can just check them out, and just, you can ping me back and say what you found. And because we do it quite often, we have them up, and we'll just keep them running just to search for talent that way. So even if you're not looking right now, just you can get. I will give you some links after. You could just kind of track it for future, just playing around, messing around with it, and then let's stay in touch, because you'll be surprised. Some of the skills that you have meet a requirement that's not even out there right now, because some of the jobs that we have, they're just not out there right now. But I can put you with them if I know your skill set.
Search for employers that are doing like hiring happy hours and different types of events that they're hosting internally as well in your area. Sometimes they're doing CTFs at their events, or they're doing demonstrations and things like that, giving away cool prizes. So, and those are great places to network as well. You don't have to get hired by the company doing that, but guess what? The other attendees are like-minded attendees, and more networking is going to happen for you there as well. Questions? I started to do stories, and you heard a lot of good, really, really good stories that I can't top earlier about taking the leap into doing something that you've never done before is going to be about, when you're following that path of doing the networking, finding somebody that is willing to give you the opportunity to do something that you haven't done before. And I personally believe that it's a discovery, process. It's going to happen through conversations. If it's just one-on-one matching, and this is why that will never work, many people who have the ability and the willingness to figure stuff out and learn how to do stuff who don't meet qualifications are going to be overlooked. I hope that never happens, or the technology gets smart enough that it won't happen. But that's the human element, and that's the reason why somebody's going to get to know you, and they're going to figure out. Hell, the best recruiters on on our team never recruited before, right? Maybe we have people. I have an infantryman who's retired. We have analysts, all kinds of linguists. It's just a really good example of people.
A barista.
A barista, that's true.
Barista.
That's true. And you know why? There's a lot of books out there. I can name a whole bunch of them right now about how to get a job and how to advance in your career. And I don't love them all, but Alyssa Miller's book is fantastic. And she has a whole chapter about why baristas are qualified. You should read it. All right. Anything else? By the way, when you're in your either negotiation phase or you don't have one of the, specifically a certification that you don't have that's missing, be willing to start at the conversation with the recruiter first so that they have a heads up. I don't have a Security Plus. I see that it's required. I'm studying for it. I know how to get it. I'm going to get it. That can actually be a contingency. A lot of candidates don't realize this. There can be contingencies in your offer letter that say, like, every offer letter has some contingencies in it already, like I'm not going to murder anyone, or I haven't in the past. But also it can say, and my continued employment is contingent upon receiving this certification within this period of time. And then the company should help you get the training to get the cert and pay for you to get it.
And we reimburse, so if you're looking to gain one, you should come with the Accenture. We will reimburse for your certifications.
A lot of companies
yes.
do, so.
But we're the best.
All right. I don't think you should ever badmouth your current employer. I don't think that your motivation, and this is between you and you, not just what you should and shouldn't say. Your motivation shouldn't be that you're running away from a thing, right? Your motivation shouldn't be that your situation is bad. There's no right or wrong way. At any point in your career, you can make a change. Everything should be on the negotiation table, every single thing. I had somebody, Laura, you'll remember this. Somebody asked for like PGA tickets or something. Don't do that. Oh, do whatever you want. Like, everything's on the table, right? So ask for the things that are important to you, whether it's, I have to be off every Thursday, or I want to be primarily remote, or I want to be half and half flex schedule. Think about, when you're thinking about just the offer that is interesting to you, you may care less about salary when you think of other things, like our company after 10 years gives you healthcare for life. What? I've never even heard of that. That's awesome, right? So things like that at different stages of your career are going to mean more to you than your paycheck, I think. But so everything's on the table. Ask for the world and figure out. Sometimes if you don't ask, you don't know what they're willing to do. Be on the lookout for bad advice. Yes, go ahead.
Do you have any comments on the phrase that whoever mentions numbers first loses? Like, how do you enter the contract negotiation? How do you ask for the right amount and get the right amount?
Sure, that's a really good question. The question was, it's not advisable to start with salary. I don't think that I personally don't think any conversations are a waste of time. So if you're going to end up asking for $1 million and we had a conversation, I don't feel like you wasted my time. We still had a conversation. It might be valuable to one of us someday. But I think you should bring it up early on, right? But remember to go all the way back to the requirement slide and think about all the things that matter to you besides just a salary. So think about the bonus structure, the performance bonus structure, whether or not they offer sign-on bonuses. Sometimes you don't know unless you ask. Sometimes it can be a phenomenal bonus. Think about if they have ESOP or ESPP and what their 401k matching is. There's a million things. There's training. There's whether or not they will pay you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 people in this room are being paid to be in this room by their company. That's cool, right? So will they send you to conferences? Will they pay for your certifications? Be thinking about all the things, but don't be afraid to say the actual real number. And I personally think you should answer the question like this. When the recruiter says, what salary are you looking for? You can answer it 2 ways. You can say, what is the range or what is the max? Flip the question onto them, and or say, here's what I've been seeing. Right? And there is somebody reminded me earlier, I think it's called a Pay Transparency Act. They put salary ranges they're supposed to on the job postings now. However, don't be afraid of those numbers. And when I say that, I mean they're required based on the job location, and sometimes you have to put a specific state in there. You have to put Colorado, you have to put whatever. Don't look at that number and think that's the end all be all. It might not be considering, again, all the things we talked about like sign-on bonuses and stuff aren't going to be captured in that number, and neither is clearance premiums if you have one, right, or if you're willing to obtain one. So there is the ability to earn greater than what you see in that range. It's very regulated what they have to put in there. So don't be afraid. Don't be afraid to apply for a job because of what you see on that number. It's very regulated what they put there. So I hope that makes sense.
And sometimes you can go over that number. So don't think that number is the end all. Again, depending on the role, you can go above that number. So don't be afraid to ask for it. If you want that, if you know you have a certain salary range to make you stay, ask for it. And then I think it works out better in my opinion.
I don't think you have to apply for everything. I think you can start with a job, and then you make that connection, and then you let that recruiter know that you saw multiple other jobs. So I don't think you should go to XYZ company's website and apply for 10 jobs or 5 jobs or 17 jobs. I think you should apply for one. I think you should have a conversation with the recruiter. I think you should send them a LinkedIn message if they don't respond to your application, and then you can find out who their boss is if they don't reply to that message. And you send them a message. I swear to God, I'm not lying. And then someone's going to look at your application, and then the conversation that you have with the recruiter is going to lead to you being considered based on what you tell them and what the profile that's built for you for other things as well. Yes.
Avoid them?
Say one more time.
Red flags?
When looking for a new recruiter, is there any red flags that you would say they would show to avoid?
Are there any red flags about a recruiter that would make you not want to talk to them?
If you reach out to them too many times, they do not respond, it's respect too, right? So if you're going to not give me the respect, I've been reaching out to you, I've sent an application. When they finally get in touch with you, do you really want that relationship?
I kind of want to reverse engineer my answer. I don't like there to be maybe an assumption made about do they have. It's kind of like I wouldn't want to make an assumption about any candidates, right? There aren't a ton of red flags for me. I think everybody deserves a chance, right? So hopefully you can get in touch with them. You should, I'd look for green flags and not red ones, right? Try to build relationships with people that look like they might know what they're talking about. And furthermore, maybe take a minute to look at their recommendations on LinkedIn. Mm-hmm. If they took care of people take a minute. Just like a restaurant. Treat it like going to a restaurant, right? In that regard, I think. Yeah. But that was a good question. What's that? Of course. I think we might be down to like 30 seconds.
Any more? Oh, question.
Hi, I was kind of wondering, how do you, let's say you connect with a recruiter or something like that, how do you bridge that gap from like the recruiter to the people that they know? Like, how do you go about that conversation in a way that doesn't seem like you're just trying to like get by them and
No.
stuff like that, but actually make the connection with them, make the connection with the people that they know, just so it's like more authentic.
Yeah, make it authentic, just like you said. If it's authentic, that recruiter should be willing to give you all the leads. I may not have a role for you. Again, I may know someone else in a different area, different division, and then I'll say, hey, I need you to reach out to this person, or I will just do an email, like a introduction email, and just say, this candidate is looking for this job. I don't have any. Can you reach out to this candidate? And then if they do not want to reach out to you, I've done it before. They'll reach out. They'll take you off the thread and just say, hey, right now, Drake, I don't have anything for him. Can you just keep him warm? And then that recruiter should reach out and say, hey, we don't have anything for you, and let's stay in touch. Let's just talk once or twice a month, something like that.
I think we just about reached the deadline. Our contact information didn't make it onto the slide. Sorry. I'm K Renner on Twitter.
I'm Drake.
So this will be recorded with our contact information. Is actually on
Not
the
the
website.
rapper.
So, all right. If you have any further questions, hit us up, and look forward to connecting with you all.
it.